Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her horns, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, 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 ruby.
You know, I never understood all these elaborate tortures. It's the simplest thing to cause more pain than a man can possibly endure. It's not only the immediate agony, but the knowledge that if you do not yield soon enough, there will be little left to identify you as a man. The only question remains, will you yield in time?
The 1,001 little words that you say, take them away, far from the place where you feel them today. Oh, see how they weigh like iron in your pockets on a warm summer day. From the swing and be on your way. darling, dream. Forget about the part you play to the machine. And when you wake, know your soul is theirs to keep. You've sat on the dotted line, and now you're in it deep. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray. Let the night become the day. Let the night become the day. Run, oh baby, run. We've had a blast, but there ain't time for no more fun. Darkness follows quite soon after the sun, and the shadows that follow you won't stop until they won. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray. Let the night become the day. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray.
Indeed. Not a solo, just some good rhythm guitar. That's okay. I'm feeling down low today. Feeling a little chill today. We're keeping it mellow. You know what? So while we're keeping it mellow, what's up? This none of this makes sense. So why would I start now? Right? Welcome to y'all. Welcome back. Appreciate y'all being with us. Thanks to all them subs that are with us today. First ones in the chat as well. Pounds Like a Sam. Ian. What's up, dude? Every time I forget that someone does that. Thank you, Ian. We appreciate you supporting the stream. Ian. And yeah, that's exactly. No, we appreciate you. Truly, man. Thanks a lot, man. Speaking of subs and longtime stream supporters, Joshua Cole himself, first in the queue. Welcome back, Josh. Nice to see you. Pounds Like a Sam, we've already said what's up to you. Hello, how you doing? Welcome back as well. And Christian Vool as well being in there. So all three of which Real Josh Cole, Ian Christian Vul, Uniform Prod, and Forrid Music are the top 5, or the queue. Currently, just the 5 of the queue. Welcome to all y'all guys. Appreciate y'all being with us today. Look who it is. Am I right, my dude? Love you, man. You're the fucking GOAT. You are the GOAT for supporting the stream in the way that you do. I appreciate you, man. Truly. Ian, S-C-H. You have to spell the sh. Do I? Ian, S-C-H. Ian, S-C-H. Ian, S-C-H. Ian, S-C-H. Okay, cool. It's cool. 5 times, then you pretty much got it. Just resubbed. Twitch doesn't let you auto-renew Prime subs. It's odd, right? Us too. We have we gift our subs. We gift our Prime sub to like different creators. Sometimes it's the same creator, which is Critical Role, because we watch a lot of their content. But only when they have new stuff. We'll see what we do with the next one. Maybe we support one of y'all motherfuckers. Maybe we do a raffle or something like that. Might be something interesting. Anyways, welcome back, y'all. Ian SCH is drinking some mate. That's delicious. I wish I had a mate right now. I should have asked my girlfriend before she came back home to get a mate, because that's really what I needed today, is like just a little extra boost of energy. And I forgetted. Bummer. Uniform Proud, what's good? I had to renew my Prime sub to use the emotes. Pounds like a Sam. Yeah, you know, those emotes, you gotta get those emotes. I've been trying to keep them, you know. It's hard to make, like, Amazon, well, I mean, technically Amazon, but Twitch makes it exceedingly hard to make emotes, and almost nigh impossible to make good animated emotes. And I have a ton of spaces for animated emotes, so we gotta figure that out either way. Uniform Blood, we had a massive earthquake yesterday. 6.4 big. Oh, geez, dog. Are you and all your peoples okay? I mean, you're here, so I'm assuming things cannot be super devastating. Send them to me. I can animate them for you. Sam, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, Sam. I might actually hit you up on that because I fucking hate making them. I have some decent moments, and I would hate to make them. We good for now, but the last time this happened, a super big one happened a week later, and millions died. So let's see. Okay. Jesus. Fuck balls. What the fuck? Uniform, I hope everything is going to be okay on the home front for you. I hope you'll be all right, and I hope everything's going to be good. He has lots of time, Sam. Well, I might hit you up. That's why I cooked up an earthquake-type beat. It's amazing. Okay, well, we'll see about that when we get to your turns. Folks, why don't we get this show on the road? We got already 6 people in the queue, including our latest, which is Synthra. Thank you for joining us, Synthra. We appreciate you. Was that a first timer? I didn't see you slip in the queue there. That was weird. Oh, there you are, Cynthia. You're not a first timer. Okay, well, welcome back. Josh, drop me a track in the chat, would you, my dude? Pounds like a Sam. Hope it doesn't get worse. I cannot help but agree with that. I wish nothing but the best for you, like as if I was Adele. I just wish someone a happy birthday in the same way this week. One of my friends. And I felt bad about myself. And I feel worse saying it on internet for multiple people. But here we are. Christian Bull is back. How you doing, dude? Welcome back. I've been before, but it was a while ago. Well, welcome back. Thank you for stopping by. Trasm Music, sorry I'm late, was doing my taxes like a good little Canadian. Like a good little Canadian. It's due soon. It was due soon. The Canadian and Quebec government. The Canadian and Quebec government both fucked us over, as I said last stream. Our tax returns, we got like total less than half of what we were initially intending to receive. And so I applied. Here, hey guys, let's do some real talk, as I have Josh's track pulled up here. We'll get to it in just a second here, but that's, you owed a lot. I know I did too. For it, if you'd like to skip, it's going to be a 500 bits or a $5 donation. That'll get you to the right after this track that we're doing right now, which is Real Joshua Coles. That'll get you to the front of the line. What kind of genre are you feeling today? D&B or experimental EDM? We have a way of resolving those things, so we will get to that, Synthra, on your turn. But we do have Josh's track pulled up. You know what? I'll continue this fun anecdote about my finances after the first track, because I think Josh is anxious to get underway here, which I totally understand. All right, thanks. Where can I donate? That is the donate button or in the About tab on my profile when you're watching the stream. There's a donate button if you'd like to do that. Or 500 bits, either way you prefer. Lost Cross, just followed. We appreciate you. Hey, we're getting pretty close to that goal, folks. We're getting pretty close. 733 out of 750. That's pretty close. All right. We got this song called Stray. I think we've heard this before. Let me just close this up here. I think we've heard this before from you, Josh, correct? You've shown me this song at least once. Early version, probably. Okay, cool. Well, let me get the Unidab out. Thanks again to my subs for voting on this in the Discord. If you guys want to mess around and have some general foolishness and talk about music that you love, we do have a Discord. Go check it out. I don't know what to do with that information. We have a Discord. Here we are. Okay, so without further ado, we got Joshua Cole's song Stray. We're gonna listen to it and we're gonna talk about it. And as a sub, why is this not showing? There we go. As a sub, we got 15 minutes on the clock for you, buddy. So here we go. Stray.
Upon the path in front of me, see a byway to the right, and everyone's forgotten how to see, so they believe they can leave it out of sight. Away with that tunnel vision, a mission to the great escape. Break out that repetition and stray away from the letter stray. You can sit back, wait upon your thrones, have it all here and choose not to go. I won't look back on those turned to stone. I don't know about you, but I'm going home. The way in front of me is narrow, not many behind will follow. They decide, shut their eyes and go their way. I wish I could be a voice of reason. We're in that harvest season, that tunnel vision, a mission to the great escape. Break out that repetition and stray away from the letter stray. You can sit back, wait upon your thrones, have it all here and choose not to go. I won't look back on those turned to stone. I don't know about you, but I'm going home. I wish that I could wait, chances, but you didn't take it then. I wish that I could make you new, but the second hand is inching to the end. You can sit back, wait upon your thrones, have it all here and choose not to go. I won't look back on those turned to stone. I don't know about you, but I'm going home.
Okay. That is a really, really, really good track, dude. Like, honestly, I don't know where you got the instrumental from, but it's, for the most part, yeah, well earned. for the most part, it is a very, very clean instrumental mix that you've got. I'm assuming you don't have multi-tracks for that instrumental, correct? Because it's almost perfect. It's almost perfect. I just okay. So what I recommend is you check out the application or the program Moises, because what you're going to want to do probably is separate out the guitars from that track and just drop them down. Maybe a couple of dB. There's not much that needs to be done. It's just that they're so loud and pronounced and they're spread to the left and right, far left and right, which again, mixing-wise, that's a good move. Whoever made this instrumental knew what they were doing, but they weren't considering that vocals and guitars occupy similar frequency pockets, and it's kind of distracting. And the thing that the thing I don't want you to do is to turn up your vocals, because the rest... Jesus, the rest of your mix, level-wise, sounds good where it is. So there's not much to be done level-wise with this song, except bring down those guitars. So check out Moises, M-O-I-S-E-S. Man, if I wish they could sponsor this fucking stream, because I use them all the time. I literally pay for their service, and it's like, they're not a sponsor, but they are so useful for musicians who are looking to, like, gain creative control of their environment. And all you got to do is notch down that guitar a little bit. Maybe if you wanted to, notch up the drums if you wanted a more active mix. But again, just to get a couple of tracks separated out so you can get a little nudge here or there in terms of energy, that would be step one. Because that's the big... the big kind of thing that is... I wish it wasn't stepping so much on the vocals. What's good, That Talking Peanut? Welcome back. Okay, let's talk about this track a little bit more. We have 10 minutes. We haven't even started. We haven't even crossed the third mark yet. So let's look at this track a little bit more in detail. That's what I like to do with subs as well, is actually play through the track and look at specific sections. So let's do that. I would have thrown in a little stab here, like
I look upon the path in front of me, see a byway to the right.
Yeah, you hear those acoustic guitars. They're super good. They're active. They're dynamic. It's good. If anything, I would want those like that loud in the intro to like give kind of a movement, if you will. But it's good that where they come in, it's just they're just stepping all over your vocals. A trick I would do in the industry for the rest of other people who are like kind of breaking down those tracks or creating those tracks themselves, I would probably put a sidechain compressor or a sidechain on a multi-band compressor or a dynamic EQ on those high mids of the acoustic guitar, and I would trigger them with the vocals so that we would make our little pocket. But that's very complex for the job at hand here. Let's go into the first chorus, or actually, yeah, let's just go into the first chorus here.
You can sit back, wait upon your thrones, have it all here, and choose not to go.
So I'm hearing a harmony in the background of the mix, like it's thrown in the center, but way behind the main vocals. Which again, background vocals, that's cool. It's just an always on harmony that is just in the center. There's no dynamics to it, and I remember writing like harmony is a lot. And I would say probably the idea that I'm trying to convey is you might want to dynamically contrast where that harmony is, like no, rather na 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 na. So like maybe throw it to the left and right, maybe even just one time, like na 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 ba na 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 na. So like they're sounding like they're kind of staying one in the same position. It's two, one on the left, one right in different keys. Let me hear.
And choose not to go. I won't look back on those turned to stone. I don't know about you, but I'm going home.
Okay, the one on the right, not really hearing it. The one on the left, I thought it was the one in the center, but there must be a trick being played with the reverb or something, because it's like I do hear it in the left, but it sounds like it's coming from the middle, at least on my setup. not a bad thing, just kind of weird. It might be the one on the right that is also contributing to that effect, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. All I know is that they sound stationary and they don't dynamically shift. Like, harmonies are good as like stab instruments, like always on instrument harmonies are fun and they're useful. But usually you would have something else dynamically varying instead, because that's your texture. Your vocals, oddly enough, you don't go up that high in this chorus. You don't like go super low. You stay in the same basically 5-note range, which again, it's fine. It's simple. It's a chorus. It's a hook. It's supposed to be catchy. That's good. What was my point with this? But the harmonies are kind of a little, like, they're almost keeping the vocals glued down to the track more. And that's fine, but also we still require ourselves a little bit of a dynamic shift in the background while the main vocals are giving us the hook, I think. And let's hear the instrumental.
I won't look back on those turned to stone.
And those guitars are way too loud, so you'll be able to control those if you moises that track, be able to tame those a little bit. It's just, again, like the melody and the harmonies are not, like, you're not, there's always one harmony very audible and then one that is maybe sometimes comes in, but it's not very audible. The way that I would do harmonies, if you're going to have an always on one, okay, fine, you have that one layer that's like sort of just shy of center on left and right, kind of like 35% left and right. And then when you have stabs, you have another layer of harmony that come in left and right, so that it kind of really encapsulates. Not so much one harmony to the left, one harmony to the right, unless you don't, if you don't have an active mix, that's fine. If it's like an indie song, having just one harmony on either side makes actually more sense for an indie song or like a jazz song. But for a pop song, you kind of want to give us the wall of sound when you're talking, especially with vocals. So that's why it's like having one harmony to the left and one harmony to the right. I would rather you have one harmony spread slightly apart and one harmony spread very far apart, and then you fuck with those levels to get them really like popping, you know? So anyways, the harmony is, it needs something. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if you just need to turn them up or dynamically shift their volumes. I don't know what it needs, but it needs something. Let's see, pre-chorus. Vocals are a weird texture. Let's hear that pre-chorus.
Away with that tunnel vision, a mission to the great escape.
Yeah, so there's this midpoint here. It's like almost as if your EQ kind of like cut off the low end and the top end. And you got this midpoint that's left over. And I will say this, that midpoint is kind of prevalent throughout the entire song. That was actually my last note. The main vocals a little sharp around, I want to say 3 or 4K. There's this like sharpness in the mids. It's very nasal. You might need to sweep actually and find that nasal point between, I'll even say start low. Start at like 600 hertz and maybe, yeah, 600 hertz and sweep your way up until that nasal quality of your voice is super exacerbated. Like enhance it. And then when you find that moment where it's like, I sound like fucking Kermit the Frog on steroids and acid at the same time, you invert it. You like cut out that frequency. So that would be what I would do for that, and I think that will resolve also this weird sound, although it kind of sounds like you're starting a radio voice or like a very far away reverb voice and you're not following through on it. So I'd say it'd be okay if you apply some like radio voice in this pre-chorus and then you like, okay.
Away with that tunnel vision, a mission to the great escape.
All that's radio.
Break out that repetition and stray
then this line.
Away from the letter stray.
Stray away from the letter stray comes out of the woodwork from the radio voice kind of thing, you know, like if you wanted to lean in, either way. I can't find the link to Dono Mobile Twitch sucks. Should be on the About tab, dude. I make it pretty simple to access, but we'll deal with that in a minute. I said something similar about the vocals. I thought the vocals here.
On you, giving you the chances, but you didn't take it then.
I would have liked maybe from the start of your bridge until this point right here, but you didn't take it there, to have a also similar either radio voice or a very distant reverby voice as like the main sound. The reason for this particular moment probably being better far away than radio is because we've had so much of your vocals, dude. Like, this is no offense, your voice sounds great, even with those 4K or I suspect it's between 2K and 4K, even with those frequencies shaved off so that your voice doesn't like shred the ears as much when it's on solo. We've had so much of it, we lose context. And I've told you about this before. When we can scan through the entire song and not find a moment without your vocals, you need to give us a little break. I'm not saying take out the vocals. I'm saying give us the distance. Like, make us feel like you're walking almost towards us from a faraway place in that moment. And then come in at this point, come back in with your vocals. I don't care. Like, if you really need to.
I wish that I could.
It's impactful vocals, and if it comes in, it's going to be super Backstreet Boys. Like, you're going to, you know, jazz up the vocals right before the last chorus. It's the move, you know what I mean? But yeah, we need something that resembles a break from your voice. That'll somewhat be accomplished by the radio voice because it'll change the texture of your voice, so it'll kind of break the monotony of the sheer timbre of your voice. It's not an insult to whether it's good or bad. It's just, it'll break the fact that we've heard nothing but that in the lead element. So that's a nice change. And then after the chorus, having a faraway voice kind of gives you a break, a breath, if you will, and it'll feel a little bit better. Specker, Google the Bort Sampson M4i device for a very characterful radio voice effect. What is it? Bort, is it free? I'm just curious because I like my free pickups, Jesus. I like my free plugins. M4i. Yes, sir, I like that. And with that, Josh, is pretty much everything that I did have to say about your track anyways. We've already talked about the last point, which was the vocal frequency. We've talked plenty about it, actually. So that's pretty much it, dude. We appreciate you allowing us to listen to the song online together, talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Yeah, it's a good song, dude. It's a very, very good song. It's a very good song. The details, it's just the fine print at this point. It's literally just the finishing touches, because your melodies are good. I was having a hard time figuring out, like, songwriting wise, what I would do to improve it, and apart from like maybe taking some, again, vocal context breaks, it was good melodies. It was like decent vibe. It was super chill, at the same time energetic. It was a good track. It was a good track, so I'm happy with that, man. Either way, thank you for trusting us with it, with your track. We appreciate you, man. And thanks for continuing to be one of our, well, I think this stream's longest running subscriber. I think there's no one else that beats Josh Cole at this point. So thank you so much, dude. We appreciate you. And we are moving on, and stick around if you wish, if you got some time, Josh, as we move on to ENSCH. And I wrote down that free plugin because I want it. SCH. Cool. It is intended to have a lyric and a singer on top of it, and I used 510 milliseconds of silence at the beginning. 510 milliseconds of silence. Look at this. He used fucking 90 more milliseconds than absolutely necessary. Overachiever indeed. It's M4L, Ableton Max for live, not M4. Oh, M4L, everybody. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you very much. A couple pieces of candy were just dropped off at the door. Well, goddamn, I can't say no. Man, the bar has been set. Us plebs with 420. Oh no. Well, there now. Have we just created like a how long can your silence go without listeners noticing? Are we about to start a social experiment? All right. As we start this dangerous battle into knowledge, here we go. Sunrise, the instrumental demo with I'm making the beat. I'm gonna send it right now. I'm still making it. Oh, well, keep working on it, dude. Keep working on it. Let me just check real quick. Something good. Okay, cool. Everything's in order here. Like sawdust in the Rice Krispie treats. Battle of time. Split the difference. 1 bar of silence. No! So much. All right. Enough. Sunrise instrumental demo. Here we go. 15 minutes on the clock. We're going to listen to it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to eat some traditional no-name trail mix. And we will have some fun together. Here we go. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Okay. Okay. It's a nice idea. No. Everyone, oh my God. I'm gonna have to keep doing this. What is it? There. It's not gonna matter because we're gonna have to reset it right after this anyways. Oh shit, guys, we got quite a queue here. Look at that. Little couple people waiting. All right, see you all soon. Okay. Let's talk about this real quick. So first of all, is that really 510 milliseconds of silence? It's weird. It still sounds cut off. It's not. It's not. There's no zero crossing point like click. It just sounds weird. This is my first, I guess, question to everyone, including you, Ian, because I have a hard time. I play guitar. Okay, so I just play guitar. When people need guitar played MIDI, does anyone know any good like guitar performance emulators or similar to like Easy Drummer would do, but like for different models of like guitars specifically? Now let's not talk about the amps, let's just talk about the actual guitar. Is there any like kind of plugin that anyone knows about that can perform guitar and so that it doesn't sound like a MIDI guitar? Because this, I like right away I hear it. I have an aversion to MIDI guitar myself because I find it's like it just doesn't sound right on. It just doesn't sound. It sounds way too robotic. It's missing that like sort of analog grit. Guitar is one of few instruments which are impossible to replicate with a VST. Talking Peanut thinks. Kontakt to find the highest quality, but some of the highest prices. So Trasm is sold on Kontakt. Also, don't think I missed your name change, Trasm. Or should I say Weeb of Canada? Don't think I missed that. So yeah, I think this is my problem with this. That takes me out of the song. Okay, that takes me out of the song. I know some people kind of dig a retro vibe. They like there's like a whole sort of place where people enjoy kind of the old 80s kind of retro synth DX7 samples, Juno sounds, and all of those retro first MIDI design. I know that's a sound, that's a movement. But this doesn't sound like that. This sounds pretty good on drums, and the rest of it sounds pretty well designed. So it sounds like it's going halfway in on that. Anyways, I don't know. I don't mean to harp on this. It's just the guitars are really taking me out of it a lot. Native Instruments has all the cool stuff like Hammer-On, etc. Kontakt is also my go-to for orchestral sounds. I feel it's robotic too. Yeah, man, it's just kind of draining the energy of the song for me. It's like it's losing life, whereas it should be, the guitar should be injecting life, like a fucking adrenaline shot, you know? Okay, let's talk about this here. The cymbal patterns, I've got to tell you. The cymbal patterns, as a person who can play drums, when I say I can play drums, I'd probably be able to like give this song a shot and do okay. You know what I mean? I'm not going to right now just because specifically the drum program that I use is going to make my computer for real explode. The live notification will come true, guaranteed. I mess with the velocity and stuff, but I don't seem to make it sound good. Ian, listen, it's tough. Guitar and drums, drums is a little easier, but guitar specifically, I've never been able to make a MIDI guitar sound good. I've made it sound acceptable. Rolly Seaboard, I've heard good things about as well. Kukurul Chol isn't available. What's good? How you doing? Okay, let's talk a little bit about these cymbals now. Like this drum, when this drum pattern comes in. So it's kind of weird, but you got the hi-hat, like the crash, and then you got a hi-hat pattern going, and then you switch to the ride, and then you go back, same thing basically, you're going back and forth kind of thing. So that's okay, not conventionally, like, not conventional wisdom when it comes to playing drums and defining sections and delineating sections as the drummer has its power, as it is in the drummer's power to do so. So that's my problem, I guess, is that the song feels a lot less well delineated because of that. And then when we get to this section here, sections where you have just nothing cymbal-wise happening, and you're not filling that space with toms or anything, like filling the void, or even like just like accents on the cymbals or stuff like that, which would be super cool, but you're leaving it like you're leaving a void there. You're leaving a high-end void. It's Xylo Kill. How you doing? Thank you for following. Getting closer and closer to that 750, guys. So that's a bit of an issue for me because again, you're taking away a little energy from your track at that point. Let's see. Then you strip away the drums altogether. Electron Music, also thank you very much. 735 out of 750, folks. We are getting close. So at first I thought that it was going to drop out and then come back in after like 1 or 2 bars because I thought like, oh cool, he's doing the porcupine tree thing or whatever you want to call it. And I was cool with that. I was actually going to be cool with that, but then it never happened. and I was left waiting for something to take the place of the drums. Like, even if it was just something real simple, it could literally just have been something as simple as that. It could have been. And we missed our opportunity there. And that's the problem, is like, listen to it without. Now with. I think personally, you're filling in space that you lost, and I think taking away the drums can be a strategic choice, especially before you're going to give us like a hard section like this at halftime. I think you've done okay, but again, we don't want to sacrifice the energy, the build, the momentum of your track. Like, we don't want to take away something crucial at the expense of momentum. We want to take away something crucial so that we crave it again. And giving us little teasers is the way you make someone crave something you take away. And I gotta say, the drop itself, or the last drop, Actron Music, hello, how you doing? The last drop here, I think, if you're gonna, I knew I should have prepped my drum camera and my drum program, because you're going basically with the drums, you're going like done. And that's sort of cool as a pattern goes, but this is the last chorus. You should be opening up big time with all of your crashes, literally just riding on an open hi-hat cymbal, or riding on a crash straight up, because we want that juice. Like, we want it open, we want it big. It's kind of a breakdown moment, and if you're gonna quiet down for any reason, then it's gotta be the whole band kind of quieting down at the same time. Otherwise, what's the point? Like, you're just leaving empty space there at the biggest moment of your song. Last thing, I'm not really fond of the drumless part here either. You're still building the song, musically speaking, because compared to what's going on before, the rest of your song continues to build, and that's a problem, because you're ending your song. I wouldn't mind if you had more drums here. I wouldn't mind if you had your drums like double timing. Actually, did you do double? Beno. Like, you put a double time drum beat here. Like, I don't know what, you know what I mean? Like, if I just, hold on. If I just, hold on. Let me just try something. Dude, you gotta give her. You gotta give her. You've got to, I know, like, it probably sounded like shit for you guys because it was basically just literally pads, like nothing but pads being hit, raw pads, no processing. It sounds probably terrible. But yeah, you have to go double time on that point. Like, you have to bring your drums back in. Talking Peanut thinks we should remove the bass and it should be fine. If that's the way you want to take it, downwards momentum, if you want more downwards momentum on that point, that's the way you would do it, Talking Peanut. But I don't think we're done with the upwards momentum. Like, we don't have that long of a drop after all. And the first part doesn't have that long of a drop after all either. We could do with more drop, more chorus, more whatever the fuck you want to call it. We could do with more juice, more meat, less fat and gristle. We could do with more. We could do with more. Whether you add more or not, Ian, SCH, otherwise known as Purple Prod, is up to you. At the end of the day, it's your choice. If you wanted that momentum to keep building and almost it'd feel like a forever one of those called shepherd tones, a forever raising tone, almost something that seems like a journey. For a song that has one chord progression throughout, I personally would recommend a shepherd tone-esque kind of lift to it, where you never stop building momentum until the song is really done and fading out anyways. That's me. That's what I would do, because again, you don't have the musical complexity of like a multiple chords progression structure or stuff. Like, you basically have one chord progression and a melody that's kind of moving through it almost like it's the main character of this story. Well, at that point, I would make this end of story a pretty crescendo if I've ever heard one. So that would be my final like piece of advice, if you will. And I thank you either way, Ian SCH, for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. You know the drill. You're not new here. Thank you for allowing us to just kind of look through it and be honest about it. It's good. It needs better guitars. Guaranteed needs better guitars. It guaranteed needs a little bit of the restructuring near the end. The drums in general, I would rethink the drums, Ian. If you could get a drummer in on this to kind of play over it. Honestly, Ian, if you could get a band to play this, if you could like export something of a piano roll or even a score music from your sheet music from your software. And get a band to play this, I'm sure it would come out great. If you say like, yeah, listen, transition as you feel, and it should come out great. It should be a nice, jazzy, funky, sort of ciphery jam. I'd be down to hear what comes of that. But as it is, it's just like a little bit, we forgot to add the soul into the song. We forgot to inject the vibe. But a good composition for the most part. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you, and we're moving on down the line here, folks. Ian, stick around if you have the time for it. As Christian Vool, you are next, and we're going to listen to his track and talk about it as well. I need a guitarist and a drummer. I mean, you need a band, my dude. If you're going to be a composer and not a performer, you need yourself a band, is what you need. Christian Vool, tried mixing all of it myself for the first time and learning the process as well. Musical feedback would be good as well. Okay, we'll keep that in mind for sure. Christian, no problem. I need a drummer too. I mean, drummers for hire exist, guys. Musicians for hire exist. You can like pay them to record your sessions. I literally just did that for a client of mine, wherein I recorded a couple of different vocal tracks and guitar tracks for the song Sweet Dreams, the cover by Marilyn Manson. And I mean, not to like brag or anything, but I think that this is just the test. This was before I actually finalized my tracks, but
Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be
Alright, that's all you're getting. That is a private track, not available on my SoundCloud because it is technically made for a client. But just to give you guys a little teaser of that, that's the kind of quality tracks you can expect when you hire a professional musician. You get tracks that sound like that upon delivery, essentially, where you're literally buying vocal tracks that are already processed and ready to mix, essentially, ready to level even. I wouldn't even say mix. And you could even, if you wish, we could talk about having like an export of the effects all on one track. So if you didn't even want to dial in the effects, and I know which reverbs and stuff work well with my voice, I can give you some inspiration, and that can be a good thing, man. This is all possible with pro musicians. That's what we do. All right. You say you just need some brushes and flourishes for the track you're going to listen to right now. I mean, I have brushes. I have a room. I would need just a good snare for it, and I have all the mics for it. So we could talk about that, Christian. We could talk about that. Maybe I'll be able to help you with that, in fact, for brushes and flourishes and stuff. Otherwise, I could just record some digital drums and process it in a brush-like way, and that's also very possible. Either way, we're gonna listen to this song. It's a Mac Miller cover, a remix called Demons 2. Okay, let's listen to it. As just looking at the waves here, guys, on this track, just be careful with your ears because it looks like it goes from very quiet to very loud, so surveil your ears, but let's listen to it together. 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Writing no writer's block. Haven't slept in days, they wanna put me in a psycho watch. Everyone's afraid of what I do inside my studio. Worried I'ma lose control, they ruffling my feathers and they shuffling the Yu-Gi-Oh! Execution flow, action act like new cologne. In your head like Freddy Krueger though.
My brain fried, always chasing the same high. I'm too fucked up to function, do nothing but waste time.
Woke up annihilated, lying on the pavement, covered in items I regurgitated under a fire escape. And I know that it's Friday, cause every Friday they have a parade in front of City Hall. Hear them celebrate, they have pupils dilated, highly dehydrated. I'm lost inside a giant matrix, isolate myself from eyes I find contagious. Jump above the come down, I'm strung out, nodding off inside the dugout. I'm playing hot potato on a Winnebago. The chips are stale, they taste okay though when they dipped in queso. What's an angel with a missing halo? She would drop out of school to take a trip to Dayglow. Found a 20 laying by the sewer rats. You know little Stewart hasn't been in any movies lately. He's spending paychecks on cocaine and latex. His agent working hard to try and book him a commercial. What I do should not concern you, do this till I lyric sermon. I'm with Merlin curses, turn him into bird food. Hurry to make the first move, I'm walking like Herschel. And now we at the end of verse 2. Oh, don't be scared, just come with me. Yeah, feel so good to feel this free. What are you afraid of? Tell me what you made of. What? It's just a little angel dust. Don't fuck with the angel dust. Don't fuck with the angel dust. Please don't fuck with the angel dust. Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Okay. I got a couple things here. So I'm definitely getting copyright flagged, first of all. I didn't know it was a 1-to-1. So there's that. That's cool. There's these weird artifacts. I can only assume it's from the Retime. It's not a released song. Demon isn't a released song? What do you... Really? Are you sure? Okay, well, whatever. I don't know his stuff well enough, honestly. I know who he is, and I know he died, and I know he was really well respected. But I don't know enough about his stuff. So maybe we'll get lucky. But anyways, there are these weird piano artifacts that you can hear in quiet moments of your song. You hear it there. You hear it also at the end.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Your skip, it's like your song is like at a different sample rate, and you corrected the piano to be in the same sample rate, but it had to, in order to like compress it from 48 to 44.1, it had to like cut off certain samples, and you were missing little like microscopic beats here and there of or snippets of the song. It just sounds weird and artifacty, and not in a good vinyl sort of way, which you could have very well masked with a vinyl sort of effect, I would say, to kind of cover that up, so that it sounds like it's intentional and not super crisp, weird artifacts. The big question I have is, what happened to the vocals like 3 times? Like, here, right?
In your head like Freddy.
What was that? What was that? Someone made a joke before. Specker, these vocals have been seized by Atlantic Records and replaced with silence. It sounded like that's what was happening in these little microscopic moments, but like, what are those cutouts? It's weird, man. It happened a couple of times in the vocals, and I'm like, that is weird and should probably not exist in your song. Like, there should be a cut before or after that, poetically more in tune with the song. No idea, to be honest. The vocals were like that, and I haven't listened to the original. I think those are when he cusses. Dude, get the unedited vocal tracks of that. Yeah, or edit it more, one way or the other. It just sounded weird. It happens. It happens really like sporadically and weirdly, and it doesn't feel good at all. What else do we got here? I was gonna say that the vocals are recorded a little live, so maybe put it through a soother or something like that, just to get a little cleaner vocals, because I'm not a huge fan of the room that they used for his vocals. Almost like there's too much mids in the room. At first I thought it was you like covering the vocals and like you know, recorded in your bedroom as you just like as a demo kind of thing. But then I realized, no, that shit's actually Mac Miller's voice. So yeah, I don't know what we can do about that. I will say this. Hey Kez, welcome back. I can't help but agree with Sect Moondog and asking and also suggesting about the beat, because the beat is super unclear throughout. So Christian, if you did sync these vocals, okay, if you did put these vocals on the grid and they match up with this invisible grid that we will never know because there's no drums, which I would say maybe at some point some lo-fi drums would be refreshing and would maybe take your song up a notch, maybe at the end specifically. You kind of like give us an elevating pattern rather than just taking it down over time. But anyways, besides that, this non-existent sort of reference point that we don't have, even with an imagination, I'm still having a hard time keeping track of his beat. And I'll say this, that maybe he's not off time in the early parts of the song, but he is almost certainly off time in the second part of the song, because we do have a trackable rhythm there, and he is speeding up over time. Let me find the spot that I'm referring to.
Don't fuck with the angel dust.
that shit accelerates. He's like, he starts, don't fuck with the angel dust, and like he's picking up speed. And I think you misinterpreted that as on the 8th dotted notes.
Don't fuck with the angel dust.
Just sounds off there. And in this part doesn't even bother me that much because again it gets cut quickly, and it's and it doesn't really sound audible in this particular section, but it does sound more audible. It leads me to believe that the vocals are not as on time as you believe them to be in the earlier parts of your section, because this little snippet here, it leads me to believe that the beat, which is ambiguous, is also making the vocal beat ambiguous. So I would probably, yeah, I would check it out, Christian. I would check it out. Maybe pop in the simplest drum beat ever that matches up with your grid, and just see if it lines up. And if it doesn't, scooch some stuff over, make it feel better, take that drum beat back off, and then service something a little bit juicier. That's all I'm saying here. At this section here, though, I will say this.
Don't fuck with the angel dust.
Again, if you were on your way out, I would say this is the perfect kind of vibe that we have here. It's just kind of like you're hanging out and you're just waiting for the song to end and the fade out's coming and we all know it's coming. That's all fine to me. Thank you, Will Jolie, appreciate you. If this song is ending here, but you dragged this out for a while, which means, of course, that you are going to need another lead element in this section. It's not so much that, oh, it would be nice. It is that we need something to fill in this space, because otherwise, it is just simply not enough. It is simply not enough. I have some suggestions with guitar, which I'll play. On the beat in the original goes in and out of halftime. Well, the beat itself becomes like sort of the active storytelling agent. But in this part where the piano's kind of just vibing along, let me tell you what I think. Me, Will Jolie, yo, I'm a music producer from Italy. Where can I send my beats? Allora sei italiano proprio, un altro italiano in questa camera, bravo. Benvenuto. Puoi fare command feedback nel chat per sapere cosa fare. You can do command feedback in the chat to know what to do. That makes more sense now. Yeah, let's listen to this section here real quick. With and without some, like, you know what I mean, right?
Don't fuck with the angel dust. Don't fuck with the angel dust. Please don't fuck with the angel dust.
I'm fucking around. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not designing anything. I'm not world building. You have the world that you're building here, so you figure it out. Figure out what you need to do. But that's the idea, is the aesthetic here. Now, this guitar does indeed kind of step on the piano's turf a little bit, so maybe just octave down the piano while the guitar noodles around if you're gonna have guitar. Otherwise, trumpet, saxophone, oboe even might fit in this, or a clarinet more than an oboe, I think. Give it kind of a klezmery vibe. Yeah, like, fucks with it. Fucks with it. You know what I mean? Just fuck with it. What else do I got? Yeah, I already said that one is. That's pretty much all I got, man. There's 1 minute left on the clock, but that's pretty much all I've got to say. So let's see what you guys are saying a little bit here. I'm not going to think much of mine. I'm just going to export it and send. Okay, you have a lot of fun with that. Will is surprised that my Italian is good. It was my first language when I was growing up, so still got some of it. Oh shit, buongiorno and that. Yes, sir. You say that shit where I'm from, you get a vodka pasta. I mean, I'm down with some vodka pasta. It's not my favorite sauce, honestly. Carbonara is really just really hard to beat. Yeah, that makes it a lot better. I'm glad, dude. I mean, the idea here is that your song has a concept, and I don't want to step on that concept. I don't want to. I mean, I want to step all over it and throw my drums all over that shit because it's just, it sounds like a vessel for drums, mind you. It sounds like it's ready for drums, mind you. But if you don't want beats, you don't want beats, and that's fine. But make sure that your shit's on track. Make sure that those glitches, whatever they are with the vocals, you get rid of those. Camouflage those artifacts on the piano. It doesn't sound great. And yeah, that's it. That's all I got to say about your track. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Appreciate your time. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate you as a subscriber as well. Thank you to you and to all the subscribers in the chat right now. We appreciate you all keeping the lights on and whatnot. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you for trusting us with your track. Appreciate you, man. So stick around, of course, Christian, if you got some time, as we listen to Uniform Prod. Who is next? Drop a link in the chat if you would. Please and thank you, Uniform Prod. Thank you a lot. We'll start playing around with it right now. Very nice. Very nice to hear. It's your turn. With the vocals, it can be great, I think. Yes, sir. I like the in-depth analysis. That's what we do. That's exactly what we do here, Doom. We look at some actual feedback to give to people and how to improve their music. So we are productive. We use our time productively. I can't always do things this way, but for now I can. Like summer I get busy and I can't really do this, but I take the time when I can. As someone who's brand new to production, I'm learning a lot. Well, this is kind of a gold mine for someone who's new to production. There might be an overabundance of information. Try to filter out the parts that you think are useful and try and implement one thing at a time as much as possible, because there's going to be a lot of information coming at you. I've got quite a bit of experience in production and in mixing and mastering and performance as well, mostly performance and songwriting and arrangement. I do a lot of things. Okay, I do a lot of things. So there's a lot of info here. All right, Uniform Prod, we've got your track loading up right now. But before that, he said, I'm just going to write a bit about mine. I know the intro is too long. But okay, Uniform Prod. I know. I see. You said 3 times, read the thing. You said 3 times, like, read the thing. I get it. Dude, you want me to read the thing. I know. I get it. I'm going to read the thing. I know the intro is too long, but this was the vibe I'm getting after the earthquake. Okay. I made the part after the first verse just now, so just say anything you want. Really, I was going to do that anyways, just to be clear. You don't have to give me permission to do that. You're here for that either way. Don't worry about it. But it's good to know that your vibe was in the moment of the earthquake, which again, hoping that everything, wild to hear that it happened, but hoping that everything happens smoothly here on out and hope that not too many people are affected by it. But until then, we're going to listen to The Art of Life, this demo by Uniform. 3 minutes and 18 seconds, but we have 10 minutes on the clock, so let's listen to it and talk about it in that time. Let's go! Okay. Very pretty. Exemplifies... I don't like necessarily feel the precariousness of an earthquake, except for near the beginning. I don't really feel the that tension and sort of the holding your breath while you wait for something to happen or nothing to happen. I don't feel that tension, and it might just be because that that vibe is kind of more mellowed out by the rest of what's going on, and the chord progression being so steady and sort of repetitive and kind of resolving itself a little bit kind of gives us the impression of like continued movement rather than stasis and like what's about to happen while the ground shakes. That's sort of my first impression of it. But again, the aesthetic, it does not mean the aesthetic is bad. The aesthetic is good. It just does not reflect earthquake in my opinion. Okay. Mix might be a bit ass, not gonna lie, just the idea right now. I imagine some parts of the vocals, but I don't know. Yeah, vocals, I imagine I can hear some parts in there as well. Some parts were a bit rushed, obviously. I know you made a face with when that punchy bass attacks came in. Yeah, that's the mix part I think I'm going to talk about. It's very empty, so it has a lot of space for vocals throughout. Sect Moondog agreed. Spec are much more pleasant than I'd assume an earthquake would be. Yeah, exactly. The tension is not there. There's a lot more release than there is tension in this song. Yeah, then I made some summer vibes. Well, it started with earthquake vibes, then I just made it into an Afro song. Listen, I'm okay with Afro music in general. Like, I've mixed plenty of fucking Togolese bands, Congolese bands. I've mixed Latin American bands. I've mixed a bunch of different types of bands live. Percussions are always a lot of fun because you kind of just like put a microphone a little bit further away from them because you know that they're going to go crazy, but they're going to play their asses off, so you don't need to give that much volume. They're going to play into the fucking audience. It's great. It's great. It's like... And same thing with brass in general for those like Latin American sort of bands. My point with this is there are some really nice moments and some movement. And the only moment that I thought, oh yeah, earthquake, was right at the beginning here. All that crackling, all of that strain, I thought like, oh shit, he's about to go all in on the tension. Like, and I heard that little the major seventh chord kind of arpeggio. I thought you were going to go all in on a little bit more sound design and a little bit more like, oh, shit's about to creak, shit's about to break. I thought like maybe I'm gonna have an anxiety attack during this song because it's gonna like give me that. More of that throughout the song will already create more of an ambience of that earthquakey sort of tension, that those moments of unresolved noise that just kind of are there, and then big booms, big like those moments, those impacts, even sub impacts would be useful. Those moments will take this super cool Afro vibe and still turn it into something that is reminiscent of earthquake, I think, is my personal opinion. So I think you should get on that, honestly. What else do we got? The sudden on and off right at the beginning of the song, I get it. I'm not sure I agree. It opens up big on the low end and on the high end, and then there's nothing it does with it. It doesn't like take us anywhere. So... do we really want that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. General Tips, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, more of the creaky wood sounds. Like I said already, like it's just, you can make this Earthquake City if you really wanted to. You could make it Earthquake City, but it is not there yet. What else do we got? The perks, yeah. So we were talking about it. You said the mix was bad, and I think this... those I wrote, those perks are a little pointy is the word I wrote. So we can either take them back in the mix, or we can compress them and distort them so that they sound, I would still take them back in the mix a little bit, but that they will not be so dramatically pushing through and sticking and cutting through. If you compress them and distort them with some nice saturation or some nice overdrive, maybe a little bit of room reverb to kind of soften it out a little bit and make it sound almost like kind of an actual person in a room. But you got to soften out those peaks. You got to soften out that percussion. It's just way too aggressive. And the last thing I wrote, yeah, so we talked about moments where there's vocal melodies. I mean, anywhere there's space for vocal melodies, anywhere. Okay, compress the long drums and distort it. Not the log drums. Yeah, sure. Remove either the part with the re-solo or the solo violin before the drums. Yeah, maybe the re-solo started an octave higher is maybe an idea. Make it feel a bit more like a cello than a double bass. Start it an octave higher and then drop it an octave lower and then cut away would be my recommendation on what to do with that section. As for this section here, so, have fun with that. I didn't have time to explain what I wanted, so I just had to show you. Have fun, do something, do whatever you will, or we could work together off stream. That is also an option. Like I said, when you hire pro musicians, you get pro ideas. So, yeah, we need life. Exactly, correct, Doom. We need life into that section. We need life directly injected into that section. Do it again, please. I'm going to record it. I am sorry, but that is all the time we have for your review. So thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, talk about it, provide comments, criticism. Thank you, guys. Comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Uniform Prod, if you'd like, and just like anyone else, to work with us off stream. We could very well organize an actual full recording session, open session consultations if you guys need some advice like this, but with our projects open in front of us, so I can say, that EQ, that one right there, turn down to 200 hertz. We'll get on that right away, Lost Cross. But if you want that, that's a possibility. If you want me to record guitar riffs like I just did off the top of my head for Uniform Song, that is all a possibility off stream. So we can talk about that if you wish. Thank you either way. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Forget busy. And thank you, Uniform Prod, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you very, very much. We're moving on down the line here, folks. Foreign music. I don't know if you're still around. You wanted the skip. You couldn't find the skip button on the mobile version. So I don't know if you're still around with us. It seemed like you had messaged in the chat not too long ago. Oh. Well, there you go. Ascolta Saturn Sounds, work in progress, no mix, no master di Forehead su SoundCloud. Mica abbiamo un altro italiano qui. I was about to say parmi nosotros, which is both French and Spanish, but neither of them are Italian. Yeah, welcome back, Forehead. Appreciate it. Certo, don't forget to hydrate. Lost Cross, we appreciate you for reminding us. Because, yeah, I put my water bottle right here, and then I forgot about it until now. There. A little extra water. It's a good idea. Can't forget to drink with all this talking. That was weak. All right. We've got Saturn Sounds. Work in progress. No mix, no master by Forehead. Here we go. Machiavelli. Machiavelli. So we've got this song here. Ready to go. I'm going to change pages before I forget. And yeah, we got 10 minutes on the clock for you, Farid. Ascoltiamo la tua canzone insieme adesso, 10 minuti. I almost went to Spanish again. Andiamo! Forza! What? Am I crazy? Am I crazy, or is this song just not... Okay, so that's the end of the song. Now, okay, so this song is actually closer to 4 minutes long than it is 5 minutes, 24 seconds long. There's approximately how much time at the beginning? No, so actually closer to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 4:20. So there's like 13 seconds of silence, and it ends at 4:37, 4:23. Anyways, my point with this is that it's a long song, but it's not this long. So my first note to you here, Forehead, is trim your silences. You don't need that much silence at the beginning or at the end of your song. It's to your detriment. Because there's a way. It's just a waste of tape. It's like a waste of space, basically, and a waste of anyone who wants to listen to its time because they have to scroll through. You should be giving us the prepackaged experience. Okay. As for the song itself, it was great. It was engaging throughout. The continued story continued to develop. It was great, man. Like, honestly, I don't have many notes about it. I said maybe some reverb throw-ons and throw-offs. 420 milliseconds to 4.2 seconds. You mean to 14.2 seconds? Fucking hell, Trasm. And then another, like, minute at the end. So you just keep exponents, and like it's an exponent of itself. Every time you increase the increment of silence, you have to go exponential. Times 10 to the power of. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, dude, honestly, you did good stuff. Maybe some reverb throw-ons. I would say the only thing that concretely I'm sure needs to kind of change is this part right here. Not the triplets. The triplets was a welcome surprise. I loved it. When the triplets started, I was like, ooh, this is a fresh track, and yet it's in the same realm. It's in the same universe. So that was nice. That was good. It was tasty. For me, it was the acceleration. The acceleration. Troppo svelto, sei andato troppo svelto, ma sei andato piano piano qui, è sveltissimo dopo, ma prendi il tuo tempo. What I just cursed in Italian at Forehead was, you went too fast. You started nice and chill here, and then you went way too fast. Slow down, take your time. Yeah, that's like, my idea here is take your time with that acceleration. With the accelerando, accelerando is a tool, but like, bring it up gradually, because this here is rushed. I would say even 6 bars, even if you wanted to start it in the no, I don't want to start it in the triplets, honestly, I don't want to, but drag it out another 4 bars if you have to. I don't know. Give me like at least 3 more bars of time that build-up takes. And honestly, give us a build. Give us something like a false drop or a build or something. I don't fucking know what you gotta do. But when you get to this part, it's groovy. Stank face. Real. Stank face. I like it. But it's... I don't know. It's just that lead-up section was... It felt like, okay, here, quickly, let's accelerate this quickly. Let's move it along. The last note that I have for you in the last minute that we have together here, Forehead. You have a nice stereo image laid out where you have, I don't need the SoundCloud for this. You have a nice stereo image laid out where you have a lot of important things in the center. You have some things coming in here, and you have some things kind of really repetitively appearing in your far left and your far right. So your stereo image is like laid out. We have an image of everything that's there, but there is far less variation in your left and right image. What I would say is use your CR image more regularly chaotic. Like throw some things to the left and right a little bit. The things that were centered, put them, things that were thrown to the left and right permanently, put them to the center every now and then. Same thing with your reverb throw-ons. Your reverb could very well be that big reverb that you like throw on for one note, and it like spreads out in both of the listeners' ears. It could very well be just a center mono reverb. A little bit more chaos around your stereo image will make it feel like your track is just that much, because it is such a that feel. I was going to go on for a long time, but I realize you have 10 seconds left. So that feel does tend towards the repetitive feel of a song rather than not. So it's those little injections of various chaotic kind of, yeah, there you go. It's those various injections of random chaotic kind of elements that spread out your left and right all over the place, and use your elements in that left and right non-regularly and more like sporadically. It's those things that will make it so that this track, even though it's 4 minutes and something, will feel still like a 2-3 minute song. And it'll just, okay, the replayability of it is just so goddamn good. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say about your song, though, man. Apart from that, you produced it well. It's already quite dynamic and quite, it follows this vibe quite well. So I'm like really liking what you've done with it already. I just want the little details to support the rest. So thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, to comment on it, provide criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Clap, golf clap, for sure, golf clap, thank you, pounds like a Sam. And yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say for it. Grazie mille, grazie per avere lasciato noi ascoltare la canzone insieme sull'internet. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. I love your feedbacks, man. It's just so professional and it helps a lot. It's what I'm here for, man. It's what I'm here for. I do what I can when I can. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. Either way, we're moving on down the line. Forward, stick around. State con noi. Ascoltiamo un'altra canzone insieme. As we, I asked Forward in Italian to stick around as we listen to the next person on the queue, which is Synthra 1008. If you're with us, Synthra, go ahead and drop a link directly in the chat, and we will get your song listened to. There it is. Synthra still with us. Very nice. Synthra sounds like a D&D goddess that I absolutely want to write about. It's like the goddess of like string instruments. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, chaotic goddess of like string music. Got it. Well, I am a D&B goddess. Well, there you go. You're a D&B goddess. We'll see about that, Synthra. We'll see about that. I have some higher expectations. Kuz, welcome. There's a procedure in this for our first timers. Go ahead and command feedback in the chat to know what to do. Wait, I love string instruments. Well, there you go. See what I mean? This is kind of just like how we do. All right. Speaking of, we got this song called Speechless version 3, and 4 minutes of video. Okay, well, it's a long one. It's pretty long, but we're gonna listen to it and we're gonna talk about it and see if I could fit my feedback in 5 minutes or less. It's always a fun challenge. But let's listen to Speechless, the third version. No, don't get your hopes that high. I've only been producing for a year and a half still. Let's listen to it and talk about it thereafter. We got 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go!
I was lost for a while, searching for the reason. I put you on a trial when you broke me into pieces. You left me speechless. I was lost for a while, searching for a purpose, searching for the reason to come see you. I put you on a trial, but you gave it for free, baby. When you broke me into pieces, yeah, you left me speechless. Yeah, you left me speechless. Yeah, you left me speechless.
All right. I just pulled my neck sneezing, so that was fun. I'm in an incredible amount of pain. Yeah, I know, I faded out. And honestly, it doesn't sound that bad with a fade out, so I'm not against the idea of a fade out. All right. Let's go back to the top of this. But let's talk about this song as I suffer currently in an extraordinary amount of pain, trying to keep my neck as still as possible so that I don't exacerbate it. So I'm just trying to like get a good angle so I could face the camera and also talk. The first rule is 420 milliseconds. So we didn't talk about it a lot today because it hasn't happened many times. But your note is cut off. Ow. Your note is cut off. And just give me a second here. Your note is cut off at the beginning because you started your song export at beat 1 of bar 1. Whereas what you should have been doing is exporting at 420 milliseconds before the first note ever occurs. That is just the way things have got to be. That will give you enough for your DAW to like load the first note and play it without it getting cut off and creating a nice little click that if you zoom in and you just zoom in and enhance, you will hear it quite vividly. Zero crossing point infraction, as I call it. All right, next thing I gotta say, in your drops, let's go to them real quick. Ears. Personally, I think your kick to snare ratio is off. Ow. I scratched my head and it pushed my head too much to that side, so that hurt. Your kick to snare ratio is a little bit off here. You have a song that is heavy. It is heavy. And it does occupy a lot of mass and a lot of juice. Your snare should be probably as heavy as your kick is, and right now it's kind of ringing in there as in the... It's audible, there's no problems with it, but, ow! But, this sucks! But, it should be really like kind of giving us a, not so much shotgun snare, dubstep-ish vibes, but it should be approaching the attack of that at least a little bit. And it's got all of the density that it needs to cut through. I just think it needs to be louder. Okay, it needs to punch through, just cut through the mix a bit more. So yeah, so either layer on something that really cuts through as an added layer to your snare, or turn it up, try both. I think personally turning it up will be sufficient, but that's just my opinion. Okay, my last, no, not even close. My next point, I'm wondering, you have this nice juicy sound here, this bass sound. You have a couple of the mixers, you have a couple of those little alternating synths to, just for the ends of your phrases, to kind of like throw us through a loop a little bit. That's good. Do you have any other ones that you can sort of oscillate between with this one? It's actually, you don't even need to. You don't even need to. Here's what you should do, Synthra, in my opinion, with this synth, because this synth sounds great. It's spread out, it's wide, it's juicy. Personally, I think you should have a duplicate version of it. Let me just make sure something. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think you should have a duplicate version of this synth that is not spread out, that is centered or at least less wide, something that is maybe closer to here in the stereo image, that has some real short ambient slash short room reverb, something really quick, maybe even some slap delay if you really need to emphasize the closed room of it, and some chorus. Mostly the chorus first and then the other effects. But yeah, I think you need something that's far more in the closed center, that produces the same sounds, the same tonality, but that has a different aspect of it. I do this trick a lot with like some of my synths and my digital songs, dubstep mostly, where I have the same synth, just less spread and less emphasized on the high octaves. So if you have like many different octaves or many different LFOs creating the sound of your synth, you can octave one of them lower to like emphasize the lower octaves a little bit. But that's a little bit in the nitty gritty. And just create yourself a second tool so that you can alternate between the same sound that you've worked so hard to develop and something that sounds kind of like it, but that really gives us a contrasting thing that you can bounce between. I got 10 seconds or 15 seconds left, so last thing I want to say is get rid of this part here. Part is doing you no favors. I would prefer to have like 2 bars of pure silence as your reverb peters out and like a sweep comes in and you cut right to this part. I would prefer you cut right to this part after this part here. We don't need that much break, honestly. And lastly, I will say, if you can, work in your second Kez, thanks by the way. If you can work in your last drop a little bit more variation with the drum beats. You already have kind of some of those like sort of glitchy drum effects. If you could change your drum up a little bit so that it does a little bit more like break beats, sort of like a like those little alternations at the end of some phrases will really make that chaos in your last drop pop that much more. I say this because I was waiting for it and going like, oh, come on, fuck with it a little bit. Fuck with my expectations. And it didn't come and I was like, okay, well, bummer. But yeah, fuck with my expectations. Bottom line and last thing I'm going to say about your track. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online together, to provide comments, criticism, analysis, critique, feedback, whatever you want to call it. Cynthia, you got some good aesthetic here. You got some good storytelling. Actron tends to agree. So does Kez, who they both clapping at your track. You got some good stuff here, and I think that you have all the potential that you wish to have. And also, I will fulfill that agreement, Kez. You got it. So let's get into that in a second. But thank you either way. Better than most people talking peanut. Thank you for trusting us with your track. One way or another, Cynthia, we appreciate you. And by all means, stick around. Stick around as we get back into the line here. We got A Lost Cross, which is next. Before I submit, is it okay to send a song which has been released already? I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it at all for 2 reasons. One of which is, if I tear apart a song that you have released, you will feel bad about yourself for having released it. And this has happened on stream before, so I'm just saying this in advance, like, you don't want that. You don't want that. And second of all, the other reason is for me, I don't really like reviewing something that isn't going to change. So unless you're going to re-release it or like take it off stream or take it offline and put it in a new wave or something like that, or you're going to re-release a remix of it, I don't love doing that. That's not to say I'm closed to it. So if you said you don't have any works in projects, you get it. If you don't have any things you're working on right now, send me something that's already released. SoundCloud only, either way. So thank you for that. So how often do you stream, or do you offer any one-on-one sessions? The answer is I try once a week, although we will have an announcement about next week at the end of our stream today. And I do offer one-on-one sessions. Absolutely. Discord open session, open project, one-on-one sessions, recording sessions as well if you need. That kind of stuff is totally doable, totally possible. So yes, the answer is about as much as I can, meaning once a week if possible, but otherwise, yeah. I do plan on rewriting this song soon, though. Okay, well, listen, I'll take it. I'll take it. If you got nothing else going for you right now, track-wise, then I'm not gonna handicap you from my humble opinion. So here we go. Empty Roads, She's Beautiful is the song by the artist known as Haylog. Okay, cool. And he plans on rewriting it. It's got a lot of traction. What the fuck are you coming to feedback for with a song with 56,000 views? But here we are. We'll see if everyone's got their head up their ass. Oh, man, that was funny. Come on, that was funny. Come on, it was funny. Oh, geez. I'm sorry, I'm writing your name down here. So we got a lost cross. Oh God, another pen is running out of ink. How many pens do I fucking... The fuck? Jesus. Okay, a lost cross. Here we go. We got your track pulled up. 10 minutes are on the clock. Let's fucking do this thing.
You see me walk out the door, eyes freezing in storms. Pray I make it home, late AM in Rome. You see me moving along, and this is where I belong. She don't want me home, late on empty road.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. I can't tell if Actron Actron is being sarcastic or not when he says mixing is great. Because I don't know if you're being serious or not, because I just genuinely do not agree with that comment. The first note is, what is this mix? The second note has to do with the mix. The third note has to do with the actual arrangement of the drums, which did get better in the slowdown. Speaking of slowdown, why don't you just make the song the pace that it sounds better at, and then just keep it to that tempo? Because I'm like, okay, let's start a little bit. We got a couple minutes to talk about this here. I find it so unfortunate. And I don't know how this hits the spot for 56,000 people. Well, at least 969 of them who liked the song. I don't know how this hits the spot because the distortion on the master, it's just not the way you use it. It's just not the way you do that. Nothing is super audible. Nothing is crystal clear. Nothing is... you lose dynamics. You lose information with this style of mixing. And I'm just not a fan of it. The first, second, and third comments that I have to do... Well, the first and second comments both have to do with the way that you're throwing things into the wood chipper and just waiting for the machine to process it and spit out something that's more uniform, but not necessarily in a nice way. It starts nice.
The door, eyes freezing in storm.
It sounds like AI at first, and I'm like kind of stoked about that because I know that AI vocals can be used in a song that's not necessarily fully AI. And I'm like wondering if the rest of the song is gonna be like, it's kind of like a challenge for me. Like if am I gonna be able to use my AI detection skills? But I don't care. It's like, it's a nice little intro. It feels good. And then I realized that it's not AI. It's just sped up.
Try, I make it home. Late AM in Rome. See me moving along.
Still on board with you at this point.
And this is where I belong. She don't want me home, lay on empty road.
And borderline at this point, I'm like, oh boy, the distortion on the drums and the distortion on everything right now, everything is getting really busy. I can only see this going one way, which is I'm not going to be able to understand one thing or another in this song. And lo and behold, what happens as soon as the vocals come in? The reverb with the vibrato becomes a bit much too. Yes, agreed. I agree with you on that too. General tips. It's filling in too much space, but that is just the general trend. I don't hear the snare. I hear the kick. I feel the kick. I don't hear it. There's just too much that's being thrown at the limiter to handle, and then on top of that, we're smushing it through some distortion. I don't understand what for me. Losing the perspective of all of the elements that are in there and getting overwhelmed by them in a wall of sound that is far more raw sound than it is a wall of instruments, I don't see the point, personally. Sect Mood Nog, personally, I like this style of mixing. I don't understand how. I get it. It's a personal thing. I don't understand how. I personally don't pay attention to the lyrics when listening to songs, so I think it's fine. Okay, cool. I think it's one of the major aspects that humans bond to when they listen to music, whether they understand or pay attention to the lyrics. It's having a subconscious effect more so than you even expect, and I think that we undervalue the importance of lyrics and their understandability. But then again, if it's not made to be understandable, like this mix style, it doesn't matter so much. All distorted and meshed together sounds great to me. Okay, well, that's your opinion. Bunch of good sounds, but they aren't sharing the space to let them shine as they should. That's correct, General Tips. That's exactly how I feel. Yeah, like we have a bunch of cool things that could play together, but it doesn't matter because they're all buried under a layer of sand. We don't really notice what they are. I take vocals as instruments, not lyrics, personally. Well, vocals are instruments, correct at that, but lyrics are one of the ways that the instrument creates what it's called its timbre, so the shape of its sound. And humans have a capacity to reshape our timbre into words, and not looking at that is kind of like looking at your arms and legs and saying, I don't need these, I'm just going to use my legs for everything. You're ignoring half of what you have access to as a human being. So, do you? Using it as an instrument occasionally is one thing. Ignoring its lyrical potential is, in my opinion, irresponsible, personally. Mix sounds kind of new metal-ish, but more muddy and more high-end mud, not low-end mud, unfortunately. I definitely plan on rewriting it with far less distortion for sure. Remixing, rewriting the drums. Like I believe, I forget who it was that said it in the chat. Someone said that the drums need more life breathed into them. And then as soon as this section hit here, the snare is still invisible, the cymbals are still way too loud and distorting against everything, but it's true that the vibe at this point, when it switched to this point, I was far more comfortable with the drum pattern. I was far more happy listening to this section because it was far more chill. And because it shred my ears a little bit less. The rest was kind of painful to listen to, and I had to, frankly, turn it down a Lost Cross. I don't mean this disrespectfully. I'm saying I'm giving to you the feedback of what I, as a listening as a listener, kind of am letting you know. Sure, Actron, am letting you know is happening. I turned down my volume because that distortion was hurting my ears. It is shredding on my ears. So I don't like that. Then again, Doom, I do like the distortion DIY approach. I think JPEG Mafia is great at it, but can be a tough balance to distortion that sounds high quality versus just jarring distortion. Just not saying this song is jarring, just noting in general. I appreciate the feedback and we'll definitely keep in mind what you said. Well, the thing is also, Doom, the thing is, and thank you, Lost Cross, we're going to talk about this, but the thing is, Lost Cross, if you want to go about putting distortion on things, you go about putting it on individual elements. And that's the same thing for you, Doom. You appreciate the sound, the distorted approach, but it's not by putting it on the master that you approach distortion. You put individual distortions that are tuned to each individual instrument. That is the way you apply distortion correctly in a mix. And you can achieve similar aesthetic to this in that you hear the distortion is audible on everything. You can achieve that. That's still possible without losing frequencies. But again, the approach is you have to have either a bus for the various distortions that you want to use for the various things. You'll have multiple distortions at that point because you'll have a low mid or a low end distortion, a middle mid distortion, a high mid distortion, even a fourth high end super white noisy distortion. But my point with this is that you apply it strategically to elements in particular so that they emphasize the distortion and the distortion emphasizes them. You don't just slap a distortion on the master and call it a day. That's not how you do that. You get results like this, which are inaudible. You lose information. Either way, A Lost Cross, thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Thank you for allowing us to decorticate it either way. Listen, it's not because it's difficult to listen to for my personal opinion that other people won't. Hey, you got yourself 50,000 streams, 900 likes, and a bunch of people on the stream that said, I like it. So who the fuck am I? Right? I'm just saying what I appreciate and don't. Thank you very much for following. Either way, thank you very much for trusting us with your track. One way or the other, Lost Cross, we appreciate you. We're moving on down the line. Stick around, Lost Cross, as we listen to now Doom's track himself. Now, Doom, what are you saying here? No, I agree. I think it could sound well, but it's tough to do so unless you really know what you're doing, I feel like. Correct? You have to be a good sound engineer to work with proper distortions and to know how to apply them. Absolutely. When it comes to quality distortion that sounds good versus a jarring distortion that is displeasing on the ears, I would say this is more the latter than the former, and I think the difference is knowing how to engineer in general. My song is a sample flip from the Carpenters. I don't know if that's cool with DMCA. Let me know. You know, let's find out. I hope not. Oh God, I hope not. Let's find out. Mike can sound rough on his advice, but he truly just wants to make our songs better. Did I come off as mean? Did I come off as mean on that one? I really didn't mean to. I really did not mean to. And General Tips is right. I'm saying that I'm giving you the feedback that I am feeling with no malice, with a little bit of like passion for sure. And like, this is how I feel and I am certain about it. But we're truly with no malice intended. And if I did apply malice, regardless of my intentions, I apologize. But the idea here is to give you the if it hurts my ears, it's gonna hurt my ears. It's the same feedback I give to people. General Tips is included in this one. When the song is mixed or mastered too loud, It doesn't need to be that loud sometimes. Doom, give me a link. Drop me a link in the chat here. Some dead air. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. No, all good. Pounds like a Sam. Okay, good to know. No, but as artists, we get emotional talking about our little babies. Super true, but I don't care about your babies. I would abort them if it was my babies. So, you know what I mean? I like it when Mike calls me a bad producer. It fuels me. And I'm used to French Canadians being mean, so I'm immune. Hey, esti de calice, mon esti de transhomme, tabarnak. Moi, mon tabarnak, esti, check ce mec-là qui essaye de me faire de la musique puis essaye de me poster ça, calice. Check-moi ça. Check-moi bien ça. That's some real Quebec French for y'all, motherfuckers. Sucer ma bite, tabarnak. Yeah, there you go. I get my best production done watching this stream. Zut alors. That's France. That's France French. Pounds like a Sam. That's France French. I got your link already, Doom. I actually have it pulled up already, as you can see, so we're all good. But Zut alors is and they barely say that anymore. Zut already is very, very old school, arriéré, as we say here in Quebec, but is very old school. You would want to say putain. Putain, ah putain. Ah putain de putain de putain. That's more French France. French from France. We don't speak Englishified French, only real French. Okay, sure. I've been producing for 3 months, so bear that in mind. Putain de merde! C'est ça. C'est plutôt ça, Pounds like a Sam. That sounds more German than French. It's funny. It's funny, eh? I wonder where that influence came from. Something about something that happened in the 30s or the 40s. I don't remember. I don't quite remember what happened. There was some French-German influences there in history. Someone's gonna have to refresh me. Either way, Carpenter's Superstar Sample Flip by Doom. Let's listen to it together and let's talk about it. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Okay. I'm gonna start by talking about what you guys are talking about. Because I do also love old school vocal flips. They're super chill. They make me just kind of vibe along with the song for a moment, and they allow me to get lost in thought. I love people playing with music, like sort of just making like things that exist already dance a little bit differently than they originally used to. I love moments like that. Howdy, Ferdy Fletch, welcome back. Nice to see you. Portishead vibes does vibes, sure, certainly. This kick drum needs more punch. So I actually tend to agree with you on the lower end of things. I believe General Tips analyzed that around 120. It's got some low cough to it, which is good, but I would say that it might also benefit from a little bit of 60 or 80 in that zone. I kind of agree with you on this, Actron, because I want it to kind of shake my pants a little bit. Englisch gehört immer noch zu den germanischen Sprachen. I'm assuming English got its noch, I don't know, noch, from the spoken German language or something like that. I don't know. I'm not very beginner German. I fucks with it. It gives some vibe I can't explain. That Talking Peanut, I believe the vibe you're looking for is melancholy. It gives melancholy. It's some resolution. That vibe, that loop, it repeats itself. It does sort of resolve itself a little bit, but the melancholy that down... Thank you for following. But the melancholy that downward sort of chord progression generates, and that sort of lamenting vocal, it makes us feel bittersweet in a way, but more, not so much bittersweet as like sad sweet, kind of. Like it's sweet, but it's a little sad. Melancholy. That's really what it is. Might just need a sidechain. It's punching around 120. Yeah, so it might need a sidechain on the bass. It might be a way to clear up some music here, some room here for the kick to be a little bit more musical. Doom. Sprich, I think is how that's pronounced. Appreciate the kind words, chat, especially being only a few months in. It means a lot. Listen, it's a good start, dude. I'd say you need to throw in, if I was being in my own comments, first of all, the easy thing here, 420 milliseconds. Song starts and we're getting a little bit of information cut off at the beginning, though not that much here. I would give 420 milliseconds before your first kick, your first beat, your first whatever that happens. That's an easy one. Ends of phrases like this for vocals. For those like there, I would delay them out personally. I would have like sort of a moment of like delay kind of swelling far away, way, sort of a better transition than just having that hard cut there. This song is all about being smooth and stuff, and you fuck with the filter. You fuck with the filter on the vocals, and I love that. You make me sway, you make me swirl with that filter. I love that. That's a great move. But the ends of phrases that are hard cut like that kind of take me out of that. Kind of like how the suspension of disbelief works in a movie. If I realize something isn't how it ought to be, I don't know what it is, I can't put my finger on it. Well, I can, but the average listener will just go like, something's off about that. That's what's off about that. Your kick low end, we've talked about that already. Maybe juice up some of the 60, 80 hertz. Maybe apply a side chain a little bit more dramatically on the actual bass of your track, the actual bass track. I would personally also think of maybe another beat pattern or two. So I wish, again, I should have set up my drums, but like, personally, what you have right now is kind of like a... And so that's good. That's pretty good. But like what we would need is some alternations where you don't play a snare, or you like let a snare like kind of roll out instead of playing a full note, like a... Like kind of like that a little bit, like just alternate versions of the drum pattern that you do have, just to give us a little bit more ebbing and flowing in the actual rhythmic structure, because otherwise the rhythmic structure is the thing that stays constant throughout, and it has no real variance. It has no real, like, it doesn't swell and crescendo and decrescendo with the rest of the song is the problem. And there's another way that that plays out is in this section here. We need some of those crashes, dude. We need them to splash through. We need that high-end sort of stimulation. They don't have to be very loud, but they do have to happen. We need to get them in the mix so that we feel like the song has delineation. There is that delineation already. You have already created those sections. All you need to do now is lean into them and enhance them in a way, for moments like that. And that's pretty much all I had to say about your track. Let's see what you guys are saying here. You should add a sub, in my opinion. Not sure I agree, Sect Moondog. It might be a thing you can try. Doom, try to insert a sub and see if it's beneficial to the track, but I'm already getting a lot of energy sucked away from the kick, Sect Moondog, so I'm not sure about that one. English still belongs to the Germanic languages. Oh, I see. Well, there you go. English, I mean, for now. We'll talk about Old English in a minute. Have you listened to anything by Kneecap? I've not, Mark, and welcome to the chat. We appreciate you. Glad inside to see how full the queue is. I don't know if I'm tweaking, but I feel like there used to be less people here. There did, and I'm also happy about that, but I'm also sad about that because you're not in it. Now, if you could get in it, I'd be happy. Pause like I said, you have to wait your... Oh, yeah, sorry. It's funny, I never would have noticed, but definitely appreciate the note. We'll be doing this moving forward. Right, I see what you're saying. That would add to the transitions for end of phrases, make it smoother. For sure, the drums are repetitive. Needs a drop or a break to switch it up, for sure. I think the drop with the sub 808 could sound really good with drum variation. Maybe. Listen, try it out. Like, again, Doom. Try listening to Sect Moondog. Try throwing on an 808 as a drum variation, even if you wish. Try it out. See if it fits. Might take away from the original spirit of the track Moondog, which is sort of what I'm worried about. I don't think the track needs it to exemplify what it's going for. But again, maybe it helps emphasize what's already happening here. Who knows? Yeah, you could definitely get by with just changing up the kick pattern a bit and it'd be fine. Honestly, pretty much. How long have you been making music? Long ass fucking time. His name is Raw Doom, so I'm guessing he makes more raw-ish sounds. That's okay. Thank you also, Talking Peanut, for allowing me to understand how to say someone's name. Thanks for all the tips and feedback. Seriously, it's pretty late, but I will assume the next time maybe I will ask some the next time maybe. Okay, add some. Okay, cool, good. Just was confused as to what you meant. Either way, Raw Doom, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, for allowing me to pronounce your name incorrectly this whole time, and not say anything about it and not correct me. You're really polite. Thank you for allowing us to talk, comment, criticize, analyze, feedback the song, what have you. Great vibe, great track in general. We feel good, you know, like we feel good listening to it. So that's already a step in the right direction. Now we just need to kind of hone in some of those little details that are going to make this song it just up its playability, its replayability, really is what it's coming down to. Thanks for all the feedback, everyone. Much appreciated. Thank you, Raw Doom, for trusting us with your track. And by all means, stick around as we move on to the next in line, which is Actron Music. Actron, go ahead and drop your link right here in the chat. We'll tweak it and utilize the feedback. I got a lo-fi kind of boom bap beat remix from the female German rap Anti-Fuchs. What is it with German these days? Sure, yeah, throw it in the chat. I guess if we're doing Schland. That's funny. We got a couple of I love that so fucking much. Okay, so it's just because I want to say actually. So Let's go. We got Anti-Fuchs Feminem Actron Lost Time remix. So many acronyms, so many shout outs, so many things to cover. Either way, drei Germans here. Drei Deutsches here. No? Anyways. Anti-Fuchs Feminine Actron Lost Time. I'm not going to do it again. Let's listen to it and talk about it thereafter. Ich bin's Pfizer. 10 minutes on the clock, let's go.
Als ich anfing mit der Scheiße, Mann, ich wollte nur die Beste sein. Ich wusste nicht, die Beste sein bedeutet nicht die Beste sein. Ich dachte, dass es klappt, doch ich hätte mehr Erfolg, wer ich macht. Kleine Arsch und große Baggy Pants. Britney Spears Belly Dance. Ich kämpfe für mich selbst, ich bin keine Feministin. F-E-M-I-N-E-M steht auf meinen Lippen. Hi Kids, habt ihr Bock auf Violet? Auf politisch korrekt oder sexistische Scheiße? Oder wollt ihr lieber Eistee? Fickt euch Minutenbänge, Album Nummer 3. Ich bin immer noch die gleiche, das sind Zuckerbrot und Peitsche. Meine Mittelfinger sieht man immer noch von weitem. Alle RapperInnen weinen, Digga, jeder wird beleidigt. Du willst wissen, wer die Texte schreibt? Das mach ich ganz alleine. Zugezogen feminin, ich bleib, bis ich die Eins bin. Es gibt keine Konkurrenz, egal ob männlich oder weiblich. Und was denkt ihr, wer sie ist, hier so die Fresse aufzureißen? Die Verrückte mit der Maske und den Titten, die zu klein sind. Als ich anfing mit der Scheiße, Mann, ich wollte nur die Beste sein. Ich wusste nicht, die Beste sein bedeutet nicht die Beste sein. Ich dachte, dass es klappt, doch ich hätte mehr Erfolg, wär ich nackt. Kleiner Arsch und große Baggy Pants. Britney Spears Belly Dance. Ich kämpfe für mich selbst, ich bin keine Feministin. F-E-M-I-N-E-M steht auf meinen Lippen. Und sie sagen damals, guck dich damit, was machst du Millionen? Aber ich bekam noch Rechnungen und starke Depressionen. Ich bin zurück und das ist chronisch, gib mir endlich jetzt die Chronik. Komm zu meiner Show und guck doch, ob die Queen jetzt wirklich tot ist. Deutscher Rapper täuscht mich, weil das Copycats und Toys sind. Die seid Blast 22, ich bin WhatsApp 99. Gibt dir keiner ist mehr freundlich, wenn man nicht an dir verdient. Deshalb bin ich dankbar für Diebe und das Team. 7 Jahre Maske, 7 Jahre Struggle, 7 Jahre gebe ich einem Fick, ob sie mich lieben oder hassen. Für mich aber sein Respekt und von Eminem ein Feature. Nicht weil ich's mir kaufe, sondern weil ich's mir verdient. Als ich anfing mit der Scheiße, Mann, ich wollte nur die Beste sein. Ich wusste nicht, die Beste sein bedeutet nicht die Beste sein. Ich dachte, dass es klappt, doch ich hätte mehr Erfolg, wär ich nackt. Kleiner Arsch und große Baggy Pants. Britney Spears Belly Dance. Ich kämpfe für mich selbst, ich bin keine Feministin. F-E-M-I-N-E-M steht auf meinen Lippen. Ey, yo, we live this, eat, sleep, shit this. Ich stand schon auf der Stage, da war Deutschland noch sexistisch. Ich rap nicht, weil es in ist, halt die Fresse und dann diss mich. Bitches brauchen Rap, aber Rap braucht keine Bitches. Denn nur weil du dich ausziehst, bist du keine Aktivistin. Hab mehr Geld in meiner Lunge als ihr alle in den Titten. Vom Flensburg bis nach München und vom Kotti bis nach Witten. Wissen alle Rapper, mit mir kann man reden, doch nicht ficken. Survival of the fittest, Schmerz in den Lyrics. Niemand, der mich pusht, ich mach das alles independent. Ich gehöre an die Spitze, Beats, Zettel, Stifte. Taka ist mein Jay und ich bin shady, wenn ich spitte. Als ich anfing mit der Scheiße, Mann, ich wollte nur die Beste sein. Ich wusste nicht, die Beste sein bedeutet nicht die Beste sein. Ich dachte, dass das klappt, doch ich hätte mehr Erfolg, wär ich nackt. Kleiner Arsch und große Baggy Pants. Britney Spears Belly Dance. Ich kämpfe für mich selbst, ich bin keine Feministin. F-E-M-I-N-E-M steht auf meinen Lippen. Trailerpark und Campervan. Kassettendeck statt Handicap. Still don't give a fuck, das ist mein Leben und kein Image. F-E-M-I-N-E-M steht auf meinen Lippen.
Okay. Right off the bat, I'm going to go ahead and agree with Sects on this here. That vinyl was distracting throughout. It was too loud in the beginning, too loud in the end, and distracting throughout. I would personally take it off throughout and only put it on for moments of silence, like just to recall back to the beginning and to the end. That would be my first moment. My first thing to change, honestly. The panning effects, the thing that's making your vocals do this all the time, it's fun at the beginning. Again, it's something that is nice as an effect, that it should be something that is used more sparing than not. It should be something that is like, hear it happen and then, okay, now give us the regular vocals. It made me nauseous, if I'm being honest with you. The left and right thing, I was just like, okay, this is really destabilizing. And if I'm listening to the vocals or trying to follow the syllables and trying to follow the flow, which I am, I don't understand any of the words, don't get me wrong, except for Britney Spears' belly dance. I'm sure I heard that. If I'm focusing on the lead element of the song and it's drifting back and forth, then I'm going to drift back and forth with it. And at some point, my inner ears are just like, there's too much. It's just too much. I didn't even know my laptop could do that. Yeah, I mean, we really test the limits of our stereo images with this song, eh? So, yeah, that's one thing. So vinyl effects are too much throughout and at the beginning and at the end. So I would turn them down overall and then cut them out for the entire song except for the beginning and the end. And maybe some chops in the middle. I think 2 minutes of time is too long to not make any changes to your drums, to your backing instruments, to your bass line, to your glitching, anything whatsoever. I think 2 minutes is a long time to trust people to listen to your song and just wait for something different. Unless, of course, they understand German, which, of course, is a language spoken in one country. And nobody, or like 2 countries, I'd say. 3 if you count Argentina. History joke. But if you're thinking about it logically, most people in the world aren't gonna understand what the fuck this person's talking about. So you're following the flow, you're following the sort of the drums, you're following the overall aesthetic of that song, and that doesn't change for 2 minutes straight. That's a long time. So I would say moments where you could find a different chord sample, where you could find a different, or you could like write in some stuff with keys or something like that. You could try and emulate that sample that you have with like digital instruments so that you have the same beat, but it kind of changes up the aesthetic a little bit in its different songs. You could like take it down with like a Wurlitzer sound and kind of have a break of sorts. Your beat, change up your beat, something. I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's a lot. Minimum 4. Deutschland, Argentina, Chile, really, and Liechtenstein. What about Switzerland? Doesn't Switzerland speak German as well, and Austria? So that's actually probably close to 6. Chile has German native speakers. I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, well, there you go. There's my geography fuck up for the day. I am much like my aunt in that way. Okay, the last thing I'm going to say, they have a Prussian military parade. I don't even want to know. Chile was a huge German port. I had no idea, and I don't know if you're fucking with me or not, Sam. Trasm, I mean. Germany, Deutschland, Australia, Austria, AT. Oh, God. Oh, well, fuck. The only one that I got right was Germany and Liechtenstein. Jesus Christ. Argentina was funny, though. Last little thing here, action music. The last thing I will say is let's play a game called Let's Find a Moment Where There's No Vocals in Your Song. They're still going! They're still going! They're still going! You still have vocals there! It's so much vocals! It's so much vocals! And she's saying so much too. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a rapper. It's an like it's a like a protest rapper, if you will. But dude, give us a break. I understand. That's my point here, Actron. I understand it's about the rap. I understand it's about the lyrics. I understand it's about the vocals. But audibly, like acoustically speaking, our ears get tired. Give us some breaks. So it's 3 minutes and 25 seconds. We need moments where it's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4 of silence, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's about 4 seconds. It's just under 4 seconds. So let's say average 3.5 seconds. We need 2 or 3 breaks in this song. Add on 9 to 10 seconds of break in between some moments. Just give us a moment where we like digest what just happened to us. Even if you have the vocals super background in that moment, super radio voice. What was the plugin that someone suggested today? The Bort Sampson M4L is a good radio plugin that is free. And it can be something that you change up the texture of the vocals. Mais non, Carlis, as we say here. No, you don't. You just keep the same texture of the voice throughout, and it's very distorted, and it's very harsh, and it's very saturated. We need a change. We need a break. We need a moment of context. We need breath. We need breath. Okay, so that's what we need, and that's what your song needs desperately, because it's the thing that is so overwhelming and so a lot, if you will. Anyways, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song either way, online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's a good song. I don't understand a word of it, except for Britney Spears' belly dance. And I'm sure that it's really thought out lyrics. The flow feels good from what I can tell, and the beat is okay, but you need to switch it up. You need to give us a little bit more. You need to give us really like a little bit more contrast and dynamics throughout the entirety of your track. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on down the line here, folks, as we got still a couple of people in the queue. Also, last call here as we listen to Kez's song. Kez, are you with us? If so, drop your track. Thank you very much for doing so, as I'm saying it. We've got, just take a look at the queue as we load up Kez's track. It didn't listen to me. There it is. See, now as soon as I put my hand down. So we got Kez live up right now. We got Sect Moondog up next. Aaron Lion 00 in the queue. Slump Dova. That's a good one. So this is a good one. Chrome, thank you, JRDA Engineering, we appreciate you. We got Chrome 3, we got B-Man 2, we got General Tips who just joined and thought the better of it. So we got ourselves a queue. So in the next 3 minutes, if JRDA Engineer, if you want to join the queue, command join to get yourself in the queue. And if you need instructions on how to do this thing, the General Tips has got you covered. So let's go with Kez's track, Shatab. I go now. Night, y'all. Hey, Talking Peanut, thanks for sticking around with us for as long as you did. We appreciate you very much. Thanks for the insight, and thank you for hanging out. We love you, bud. All right, we got Kez on this track here. Shatab. It's just like hear people that are really whining. That was a really good question. Now fire the missiles! Well, have a nap. Then fire the missiles! Alright, so here we go. Shut up with, it's a minute long. Oh, Jesus, we're going to power through this. Alright, let's listen to this and let's talk about it. Yeah, okay. That's great. This is, okay, so it's obviously not done. It's obviously not finished at all. But for the vibes that you do have here, dude, I'm liking what I'm hearing all right so far. You got a good shape, too. It opens up at the right moment. Everything's nice. Raw Doom digs this a lot. General tips, I'm down for this trip-hop jazz thing. No, too short, ran out of ideas. I loved it. Okay, so yeah, so you're going to have to like probably open it up. I want you, Kez, as your homework for today to go listen to, there's an artist known as L'Indécis. L'Indécis is how is a French name. It is spelled like this. And there is a song, I think, called Soulful. I think it's called Soulful, if I'm not mistaken. It's like that in the chat. I want you to go and listen to that and get some ideas on how to introduce your track, because I feel like you have some very different vibes. I believe it's the same chord, if I'm not mistaken. But I want you to go and listen to that song and do some homework and figure out how you're going to introduce the song and conclude it and get through it. You have some good ideas so far. So let's talk about this intro a little bit. You're insisting on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. That's the L'Indécis Soulful. Thank you very much, General Tips. I appreciate you. This track has a lot of potential. Raw Doom, it does. I keep wanting to say Raw Dog, but I'm not going to. Raw Doom. This track does have potential. So the way you start this is by like insisting upon the 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of a 105, 110 BPM, kind of put your hands together beat. And then you cut it down to halftime for your drop. It's a good move. It's a good move. It's a good move. I'll tell you why. Because in your second drop, you're going to want to go up to double time, the way you continue the song. I want you to get back up to that pace. But for this drop, it's good. The first drop, I want you to stay in that half pace. It takes me a place I wasn't expecting to go, and it's a good place. It's a good place indeed. Let's listen to it. So good. So far, I'm loving almost everything about this, and I'm going to expand on what I would improve on this. Ferdy Fletch, have a great night. Have a great sleep. Get some good Z's. Get your 8 hours, etc., etc. All the bullshit you tell people when you want them to sleep well and be successful in life, etc. But seriously, I wish it upon you. Yeah. So the only thing that I think is undeveloped in this part here, Kez, is your reverb. Your reverb doesn't really appear. As a matter of fact, I don't hear any reverb work whatsoever in this section. Like I could hear 1 out of every 7 snare hits, or 1 out of every 7 kicks, or whatever like that. Reverb throw on. You know what I mean? Like, just get creative with the reverb a little bit. I would say that your snare could probably use a lot more ambience just as a general tone. You can have a lot more reverb or a lot more room sound specifically on that reverb and on that snare. And then what you do is you cut it away when you need that extra impact and that extra deadness. For this aesthetic, there's a little too much empty space and a little too much negative space that we're not filling. So I would think things like that will help fill that space. Yeah, I kind of cut it so it has this like sucking effect on earphones. Listen, pulling is a real phenomenon. Pulling as an effect instead of pushing sound is a real phenomenon. The vacuum, the void, if you will, that you're creating is good, but you have to fuck with the void. You can't just be a permanent void. Permanent voids, people don't want to listen to it for like forever. They want to listen to it for now to remember like, oh yeah, that's super cool, but then they don't replay it. So you want to keep the balance between void, between negative space and positive space. You want to keep a better balance, a better check on that balance. Because right now as it is, it's too much sucking effect on earphone, which sounds really dirty as it is. So watch your phrasing. Let's talk about the other thing. In this second half, we have the opposite problem going on. a lot going on now. The space is almost overtly full, and that's where the sucking effect almost comes into play handy, where you can cut away a lot of those reverbs to clear some space for all the things that are going on. But more than that, you need to define your spaces. You need to define whose house is where. The trumpet that's going on in the left, it's good. I hear it. I understand its existence, but it has no emotional effect on me because it isn't taking spotlight, because it's being drowned out by the others, the plucky synth, and they are stepping on each other. This plucky synth is far more loud, far more omnipresent, and you have even more synth effects in the background, and that emotive sort of trumpet that's kind of supposed to take the foreground is getting... And on top of it, they're in the same frequency range, in the same notes, rather, in the same melodies. So on top of it, they're stepping all over each other's melodies. Make some space for the things that matter. If you're going to spread those things left and right, those synths, that trumpet should be dead center and should be, or at least just left of center rather than this far. Yeah, define your space a little bit better because you have way too much going on here. I, personally, if I was making this song, if I was the one who was making this song, I would remove elements altogether while one thing is soloing, or do a call and response effect that is far more effective. So you have your trumpet that, and then you have your plucks come in, like that. Call and response is far more effective at captivating the audience's attention on one thing at a time, but still implicating two things. And then if you work them together after, once you've laid the groundwork, once you've laid the foundation that two elements can coexist separately but equally, then you could start bringing them together in the way that you've done in this second drop. But I'll tell you one thing, you've understood the shape that you need to emulate. You have this sort of empty, open, super chill, super jittery, super stuttery, glitchy effect that's going on in here, and then it opens up with the big notes, with the big filling notes and the pads and the long bass notes in the second section. That is the correct shape. You've done that properly. So well done on that. But understand the strengths and the weaknesses of working with so much negative space or so little in these particular cases. Understand what each of them needs for that to shine in your track. For the negative space to not feel like it is draining life from our listener, and for the positive space to not feel like it is overwhelming the ears of our listener. Because this is doing both of those things, and it's creating its own internal balance of chaos. So it's like fucking overt order versus overt chaos. At some point or another, I think we'd prefer for both of those things to tend a little more towards center on a realistic basis, on a sonic basis, and only dramatically shift to these extremes occasionally, like as a tool. Use your extremes as a tool, but don't use them as just the status quo, because then you have nowhere to go from there. You don't have any, the bottom is too low already from what you've created, and the top extreme is too loud and too dense. You have no margin. You basically have to bring things here by default so that you can jump into the super negative space and jump into the super cramped space as a dance. That's the dance between tension and release. And speaking of release, I release you from your bond of this feedback stream either way. No, but honestly, good song, good emotions. I was feeling the vibes. I was feeling the sway. I was feeling the movement. And that's good. Again, you've understood the shape of your song. Now you need to emphasize the key parts of it and de-emphasize some of the not so much key parts of it. Call and response is a good way of doing that. Pounds like a Sam with the clap today. On the clap. On the clap like the clap is on me. No, but I appreciate you either way, Kez, for allowing us to listen to the track online together, talk about it, and analyze it, critique it, criticize, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's, again, aesthetic, 10 out of 10. Execution, we're approaching a 7, I would say. So we get a solid 17 out of 20 on this. This is pretty good. Clapping around the Christmas tree, I have gonorrhea now. Wait, what? No, it's chlamydia. The clap is chlamydia. Never mind. I ruined it. Either way, thank you, Kez, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you very much. Yeah, I was listening so hard. I was locked in. I'll definitely do the work and apply the things I learned just now. Well, let's go. Let's hear you doing it. Let's hear it on your next submission next time we do a stream. We're going, stick around, Kez, as we're listening to Sect Moondog. Sect Moondog, are you still with us? And if so, drop a link in the chat. Why don't ya? Thank you for doing so. We got Aaron Lyons 00. Aaron Lyons, do me a favor. If you're in the chat, drop me a hello in the chat, would you please? If you're with us, just to see if you're still with us. Same thing goes for Slubdova. Chrome 3, I don't need it. From B-Man 2, where you at? Give me a shout in the chat if you're still with us. Tips, I don't need it. JRDA Engineer. Junior the Engineer. I see what you did there. Give me a shout out in the chat, would you? Y'all folks, if you can hear me, if you're still with us, so we can move this chat along. And if you don't, then when it comes to your turn and I inevitably skip you because guys are probably not here, don't cry about it. All right, so let's get to why you don't need me, because you had already spoken, Chrome. You have been participating in the chat actively. I have seen you participating, so I don't need, because I know you're with us, homie, because you're right here. You with us. Slumdova, what up? What up? Very nice to see you with us. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. Just for indulging me. It's all good. Thank you. Appreciate the clap. All right, let's listen to Sect Moondog featuring Andy 2X. Oh, it looks. It's funny because there's a B-Man 2X in the queue as well. I wonder if the 2X has anything to do with it. Let's go. Range Truck P Moondog. Let's listen. B-Man 2X. Oh, who is with us? Who's listening to it? Oh, well, shit. What's up, dog? What's good? Welcome and enjoy your track as we listen to it. Oh, no, I know him. Okay, I don't know him. Okay, cool. Never mind. I thought that was too good to be true. That would have been freaky good. All right, let's listen to Range Truck P Moondog. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
I just said that on my love. That ain't so hard. She keep tryna go. I just said that on my love. Yeah, Hermes on my top. I be geeking every day. Bitch inside of my control. They keep acting like some trolls. Posting on that page. Your bitch, I'm serving through these toes. I sit in my range. And you know I got 100K. Stuffed in my chain. And you know I got my pole. Tucked in my ball maze. Yeah, daddy. Hooping like I'm crazy. Who that? She so pretty. Yeah, pull up. She so flirty. Yeah, she put her to the grid. And she tryna take my shirt off. Yeah, this hoe get lit. She keep taking shots of Smyrna. And this hoe is off of man. She been acting like a waiter. I don't really care about that girl. Yeah, I'm still here. She think that I'm Superman. She think that I'm superhero. Yeah, I'm a visionary. I can see my future clear. She keep tryna go. I just said that on my love. That ain't so hard. She keep tryna go. I just said that on my love. That ain't so hard. She keep tryna go. I just said that on my love. Yeah, Hermes on my top. I be geeking every day. Bitch inside of my control. They keep acting like some trolls. Posting on that page. Your bitch, I'm serving through these toes. I sit in my range. And you know I got 100K. Stuffed in my chain. And you know I got my pole. Tucked in my ball maze. Daddy. Hooping like I'm crazy. Who that? She so pretty. Yeah, pull up. She so flirty. Yeah, she put her to the grid. And she tryna take my shirt off. Yeah, this hoe get lit. She keep taking shots of Smyrna. And this hoe is off of man. She been acting like a waiter. I don't really care about that girl. Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. So first question I have, Sect Moondog. What is your role in this? What did you do? What did you do? Like, yeah, what did you, were you just on vocals and vocal mixing? You are the producer. So someone was, Andy was the vocalist, correct? Or were you also on vocals? You made the beat, didn't mix it. Okay, so Andy was the one who took this track and put his vocals on it and then mixed it up with your instrumental stereo track that you sent him. And he was on vocals and mixed it. Okay, cool. We were speaking at the same time. Great minds think alike. I have a question for you, Sect Moondog. Was there this much distortion on the track when you... Trazin, that's mean. Mallorca, that was also really, really funny. I missed you. Como te quiero. Was there this much distortion when you exported the track and sent it to Andy? Just out of curiosity. Like, was there anywhere near this much distortion when you sent it to him? Because, like, if we listen to just the beat. Yeah, that's kind of part of the sound. Okay. I've said this already today, but it bears repeating. First of all, like before we get into anything complex, let's go with the easy one. 420 milliseconds of silence before your track starts. 420 milliseconds. It's like it's the thing. You're starting your track and your song's already starting by getting cut off because you didn't export it. You've worked with Osa Mason, actually. Okay, people go for that sound. Yeah, I don't know who goes for this, personally. I don't know one person that goes for this and prefers this to the same song that has been mixed with proper distortion, proper distortion techniques applied. I understand that the sound is to be gritty, that the sound is to be distorted. This just sounds like someone turned the bass and the subwoofer up in their car, closed the doors, and just let the bass rattle the windows. And that is not a good thing for me. Like, that is a mistake. That is an error. That is like, you are, again, I've said this before, you are looking for an excuse to just throw distortion on the master, when in fact that is not how you do distortion on a song. Sound like a beater 2006 Honda Civic door rattling on purpose, but I catch your drift. Exactly. But this is my thing. It's like, I don't know if people go for this, or there have been some producers who like the sound of distortion on some tracks, don't know how to accomplish it, and through incompetence have managed to popularize something that is tantamount to a mistake in mixing technique. You do not put a distortion on the master unless it is to achieve a very specific purpose, which is to soften some frequencies and not all of them. And I've done that on a master, and it works, and it feels good. But to apply audible breaks, like, again, the distortion on this track combined with the mix of the vocals, I had to turn it down. I had to turn it down because it was hurting my ears. That's the only thing on the master? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding? Okay. I have thrown my Unidab book. I have thrown my Unidab book because I have confirmed something today. I have confirmed that's all it needs, right? No, read what I said, not just distortion. The entire track is soft clipped, then limited. It's the only thing on the master. Okay, well, I'm sorry, Unidab. You're right, Trezim. You're right. I'm sorry, Unidab. I apologize. The thing is that's not much better. Okay? It's not much better. A soft clipper and a master limiter do not a master channel make. That is not enough. And that is also incorrect. And now I confirm, whether it's a soft clipper and a limiter or just a soft clipper, I can now confirm that this is a technique born out of ignorance of how to achieve the actual sounds that are being achieved in studio. I am correct about this. Every time I hear this sound, I know that someone didn't know how to make this, and so they just put distortion on the master channel. And then some people were like, oh, that's cool, it's kind of original. But again, given the test of time, number one, and number two, given the test of comparison, you put the same song up side by side, properly mixed, properly mastered, proper distortion applied, even to a point where you hear grit, but properly executed, you put that side by side with this song, and people are going to go, the fuck is this shit? Literally, that phrase, the fuck is this shit? I will say something else. What the fuck is this rapping? This Andy fellow goes off time throughout the song. I feel like he was relying on the distortion to cover up his voice, but he didn't apply enough onto his voice specifically so that he could cover up all of the rapping errors that he made. And I'm not doing this as a roast. This is not the roast stream. We did the roast stream a few weeks back. This is not that. This is, you got to get your shit together mixing and rapping wise for a song that is rapping, that is hip-hop. Those are the two criteria. It is a song and it is hip-hop and has rapping. And the song part is not properly executed and the rapping part is not properly executed. This needs a rework completely. This is, I mean, put it on again for a bit. I mean, take my shot out. Yeah, this her gas, she keep taking shots. She tryna go. I just let her my life. Also, the delays always on the vocals, that just tops it off for me. Delays are effects that you put on sparingly onto your vocals. You apply them as stinger effects, not as always on effects. That's what you use for, that's what reverb's for. Reverb is an always on effect that you can apply, and even that you got to be careful with rapping because it could cloud up your mix too much. You would know that, but this is not a proper mixing job, unfortunately. We need to rework this completely. And I'm sorry about that, Sect Moondog, but that is not just the way the sound is. That is not just the way rap is. That is poorly executed from conception until whatever you call this, be it a mix or not. We need a rework. This is a complete rework. Thank you either way for allowing us to listen to it online, to talk about it together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Listen, not all of them that we listen to are going to be closer to being finished than not. Some of them are going to be like this. Some of them are going to be people who think putting distortion and a clipper, putting clipper and a limiter on a master is enough. There will be people like that who will think that. And we should not stray away from listening to the works of people like that, so we can continue to confirm whether or not the optimal result in their sound, in their approach, in their achievement that they are trying to accomplish. We continue to listen to it to reaffirm, yes, there is a better way of doing this, and I think that should be done. Either way, thank you, Sect Moondog, for trusting us with your track. Hopefully the next one that you bring us is by professional standards, a little bit more closer to what we're looking for. Let's move on here, folks. I think we have Aaron Lyons next. I don't know if you're clapping at me or at the person who was on Sam, so I'm very curious about that. Mike, salutes, by the way. Salutes a ti, Mallorca. Mucha suerte con esta música. No. Let's open up some more. Just clapping. We see clap, we clap. Yeah. Listen. It's good. It works. Trying to work. Send me some of your work. Also, thanks for the feedback. No worries, man. Again, I don't know if the sound is an excuse for mistakes, but if you got a following and you really got people dedicated to you, then hell, keep working for them, man. Because if they consume, you can make. Keep doing it, I guess, or don't. Join the dark side, I guess. We're simple-minded creatures, me and Sam. That's okay. I like you both so much. Send me IG on Whisper. Talk to each other like little sly dogs that you are. All right, B-Cron. BK Ron. Burger King. I like Burger King. Burger King. You could get a Whopper. You could get that Whopper. Clap is life. Clap is life. Clapping back with you. All right, let's listen to Cry, smiley face. It is always a free action to cry. I always tell my players, crying is always a free action. With regards to Dungeons and Dragons, did I mention that I'm a big Dungeons and Dragons fan? Did I mention that? Aaron Lyons, what is up? Welcome to the stream for the first time. You don't know how we do things, although you've been maybe watching. We're gonna listen to the song within the 10 minutes that we have. You see there on the timer. We're going to talk about it also within that time. And so let's go. Let's listen to it. Let's go. Cry by BK Ron. Let's go.
That my parents used to fight. I stay up late trying to think of how I'm going to survive. Way too many nights that I wanna cry. I wanna cry, oh yeah, I wanna cry. Way too many nights that I can't think of it in life. She told me that she stays away so she can feel alive. But I can't ever seem to stay away, so I just wanna cry. I just wanna cry, yeah. 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 Ooh, baby, it's been a minute. Ooh, baby, it's been a minute. I don't ever wanna take all this love for granted. She coming home in a minute. I want you to take a seat, baby, cause it's something that I gotta get off my chest. I just wanna be with you, that's it. I want you to tell me you love me again. I wanted the back rubs and road trips. Maybe later we'll do it all over again. I can see the end coming to this shit. I wanna cry. Too many nights that my parents used to fight. I stay up late trying to think of how I'm going to survive. Way too many nights that I wanna cry. I wanna cry, oh yeah, I wanna cry. Way too many nights that I can't think of it in life. She told me that she stays away so she can feel alive. But I can't ever seem to stay away, so I just wanna cry. I just wanna cry, yeah. I just wanna cry, yeah. I just wanna nights that I just wanna cry, yeah. I stay up late trying to think of how I'm going to survive. Way too many nights that I wanna cry.
All right. Pretty good. What's your role in this here, Aaron Lyons? Did you produce the track? Did you just do the vocals? What is your, like, what did you perform on this track is my first question to you. Majorca mastering, the good old times when we blow each other in private. Yeah. Could you guys do it in private? Sect Moondog, and B-Man? I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind, the chats here, but, like, if y'all are having a conversation about a song that's, like, not even on the stream, you know, maybe y'all should just DM each other. Just vocals and like a jerry-rigged mix on BandLab. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound like a super clean mix, if I'm being honest with you. It sounds like your vocals are a little bit hot on the high-mid distortion, and I would probably turn that distortion back to the low-mids to give your voice more of like a boxy distortion rather than a shreddy distortion. You could dose some of that shred into there, but I would like back off of it and then add some distortion onto the lower mids of your vocals. If I was just like doing it that way, the sound of your vocals would suit lower mid distortion more. Let's look at a couple of things here. First things first. Okay, second. This song should start 420 milliseconds. Oh Jesus, 420 milliseconds before this point here. You hear how we're not really hearing that first stick clap, or barely starting? Like it's starting on the one. You're barely getting it, and it's clipping. That is because you don't start slightly ahead of when your actual region starts playing. 420 milliseconds is the standard that we're trying to input here. The delay that is always on in your vocals, if you were here during the past review, the one right before you will hear this for the second time now. Delay as an effect, as for a lead element such as vocals, you are not really supposed to leave it on. You're supposed to sparsely like sprinkle it in, kind of like seasoning more than anything else. Whereas this is kind of the foundation. This is kind of like the sauce. I always bring it back to food for some reason. Also, could you get the fuck rid of that goddamn producer tag, please? Is there a way to get rid of that fucking producer tag? Fuck producer tags. I don't know how you're gonna do it. Buy the track. Talk to the artist that you ripped it from. I don't care what you gotta do. Get rid of that fucking producer tag. Jesus. So amateurish, it's crazy. Sorry, it's not your fault. It's just producer tags are super amateur. Yeah, so let's listen to the vocals here.
Stay away, trying to think of how I'm going to survive. Way too many.
One thing about the vocals, in a BandLab, it's probably, in a BandLab session, it's probably hard to get a really decent mix. But I'll admit that the vocals are even beyond that, a little bit too loud. Like their mix, compared to the rest of the instruments, is loud, and I would almost prefer, especially with all of the high mids that are coming through the mix right now, it's kind of shredding my ears already as it is, and then you're turning your vocals up. I mean, either way, you're going to bring your vocals down probably between 3 and 5 dB, because compared to the rest, it really needs that. And then what you'll be able to do is bring the whole track's volume up higher, so you'll have a louder track. And your vocals will be sitting nicely and cutting through just enough. But again, drop some of that high mid distortion down a little bit and emphasize some of the low mid distortion. Ideally, if you could get one distortion unit that can affect the same track, but like just different sections in different ways, like getting a tube distortion for your low mids, getting like like this white noise distortion for the high mids, that would be ideal. One plugin for both. I have a few of those, so yeah. Mike, you should let me make you a producer. Go fuck yourself. We have feelings here. Yeah, exactly, we do. Studio Mike. I hate that so fucking much. So fucking much. I heard it in my head. All the reverb. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. Majorca Mastering. Advice on reverbs of the day. Besides EQ, the send to it. Besides EQ, the send to it, yes. Have two. One for when sentence is going, so it's your words do not lose intelligibility. I put the long at the end of the syllable to fill new space until words come in. Either ways, it's a mess. Yeah, dude, this is how I use delay as well. Slapback delay for the texture and long delays for the end of phrases. Same thing for reverb, except you emphasize the short ambient room delays for the sound of your voice, and then at the end of phrases, you just turn up that bus and you just saturate it so it does transition to the next phrase far more nicely. Absolutely, Majorca. That is a trick that I suggest all the time with delays. It is a Studio Mike approved. Studio Mike. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it! Okay, let's talk about the technicality of your voice. Let's listen to the syllables.
I just wanna cry. Yeah, I don't ever wanna take all this love for granted.
So triplet feel, right? So he's doing the dun 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 dun. That's the triplet feel. Whereas the song is doing quads feel. So you hear that there's always one that's a little bit off. Is the wait, no, that's triplets. That second hit, that one and the triplet one are off. So they're always going to be kind of a little bit rhythmically separate. Not a bad thing. It kind of dictates the feel of this song for the most part. But what I would say is you go from the da 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 dun 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 bum 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 bum, like change back to quads for a moment and like ground us back to what the beat is telling us the vibe is, and then take us back into that triplets vibe. It will be destabilizing, but it'll be destabilizing in a more stabilizing way, if that makes any sense. It'll stabilize us, it'll ground us to the track, and then you continue to destabilize thereafter. That's I think my second to last note, and my last note will conclude this review. Give us some vocal breaks, because again, let me scan through this song. Let's play a final game of let's scan through this song and see if there's any moments where the vocals don't stop.
My parents, many not, I wanna cry. Way too of it in long days away, so she can feel a lot away. So I just wanna cry, I just wanna cry. Yeah. Ooh, baby, it's been a minute. Ooh, baby, it's been a minute. All this love, and she coming home, baby, cause it's wanna be back rubs and rubber again. I wanna parents used to going to survive. I wanna think of it in life. Told me that she never seen to cry. Of how I'm going to survive.
My last point is give us more than just a moment where it's like, oh no. Oh no. Give us more than that in terms of breathing room for the vocals, because otherwise it just consumes a lot of space. It just takes up a lot of space, and it takes up a lot of energy to the listener who doesn't really have any context of what the song sounds like without vocals. It feels better when you have vocals. Yes. But it feels even better than better when you have vocals and the lack thereof temporarily, because we gain context and then we want to hear the vocals again. So use that, chew on it, enjoy, and thank you either way, Aaron Lyons, for trusting us, for allowing us to listen to the song online, first of all, allowing us to talk about it, provide feedback, comments, criticism, analysis, what have you. Decent track, needs a little work, a little early in the mixing stage, but nonetheless, thank you for trusting us with it. Either way, we're here. We're here for it. Stick around if you are still even here. You've given no feedback whatsoever, so you might have dipped a long time ago, and we might have just talked about your track to nobody. But if you're still here, stick around as we listen to Slumdova, which is a great artist name, I will say, or a great Twitch handle, and also artist name. Very funny. Also, folks, I don't know if this has been apparent, but the queue has been closed for a little while now. But stick around. We've got Slumdova right now. While we wait for his link to pull up, we've got Chrome 3 next. B-Man 2X up after that. We got General Tips fourth, and fifth and last for the day is JRDA Engineer. Almost got it. So yeah, let's listen to FSU featuring Tolebi. Slumdova. It's just a good artist name. I just love it. Appreciate it. Much love for your time. Hey, Aaron Lyons, I'm glad you stuck around with us. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for trusting us with your track once again. All right. I need to go to bed now. All right, Sam, go to bed. Get some good rest, some good Z's, and all of that. We'll see you next time. Just to let you know, there's not going to be a stream next week. I'm just saying because you're our sub and you're always there. I'll announce it in the Discord, but it was the announcement that was going to happen at the end. But yeah, yep. I guess I'll tell everybody right now. The stream's not happening next week. I got 6 days of live sound booked. So there's just no time to slot that in, unfortunately. By the way, just making sure you know I'm Weeb, right? I said today on the stream, don't think I missed that name change, Weeb. Don't think we missed that. I said it. Roll the tape. Roll the tape. We got the receipts. Roll the tape. My track is good to go to sleep to. Okay, we'll see that. All right, we got FSU featuring Tolebi, Slumdova. Let's listen to this song and talk about it thereafter. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Fuck shit up, I got murder on my mind. I might kill them all, but I'd rather hide. I'ma fuck shit up and lay it down. Let my head speak ratatata. Every day with the weed, I'm a big step up, be moving like it. I'ma fuck that bitch cause she wicked as shit. I been stepping on ups, I be moving with these. Catch me running every day with the weed, fuck that. It ain't that chill as it seems. I'm a hustler-holic, spill blood, sweat and tears. Goddamn, it be hot on my side of the streets. They be quiet, they close their mouth. They be scared, they terrified. Bring your group, bring everyone. They step round here, get slumped on side. Come to us, show what you got. Bring your two, I'll bring my two. Kiss your mom, tell her good night. We'll break her legs instead of goodbye. Fuck shit up, I got murder on my mind. I love my ups, so I'm gon' cry whenever they die, yeah. I might kill them all, but I'd rather hide. I'ma fuck shit up and lay it night. Let my head speak ratatata. Деньги соски цепи, все еще большая для тебя. Доказывать буду первый. Я по любой выше такие тут правила. Hustler-holic, spill blood, sweat and tears. Goddamn, it be hot on my side of the streets. Know my AK-47, push it, hold the trigger, let it go, ratatata. Close my eyes, but I be spraying my bullets, cause I don't wanna see nobody's that drive. I pray for my ups, I pray for my enemies. I kill 'em with merch, I kill 'em with empathy. So I be treating them equally. One for you, I call it my therapy. Fuck shit up, I got murder on my mind. I love my ups, so I'm gon' cry whenever they die, yeah. I might kill them all, but I'd rather hide. I'ma fuck shit up and lay it down. Let my head speak ratatata.
No. Everyone chill the fuck out. I hate autoplay. God. Okay. This was good. I'm not talking about my trail mix. This song was good. It was well executed. It was a good mix. It was dynamic. It took me one place, and then it took me another place, and then it brought me to a third place even. And songwriting-wise and mixing, pretty great job, honestly. Let's look at some obvious ones here. So obviously 420 milliseconds. I've said it a couple of times now, not as much as I usually do, but it's barely enough silence. Oh no. Yeah, it's barely enough silence, what you have here. I'm not going to say you need 420 milliseconds here on the start of this. I'm not going to say it needs it. I'm going to say it's barely enough time. So, okay, but I'm watching, you know what I mean? The vocals, when we get into it, let's listen.
fuck shit up and late at night. Let my head speak ratatata.
Yeah, so I thought so. The vocals themselves, they're well mixed. They're finding their place in the mix despite all the other elements being in there. I like that. The thing I would say probably is they could maybe use a bit of a low-mid nudge. They stand out enough, but I feel like they don't assume their... what's the word to say this? It feels like they could be a bigger part of the track if we had like a little bit more low-mid emphasis on their vocals. Like they could really fall in place, not only fall in place, but stand out of the track a little bit more confidently is really the word that I want to go with here. That was one note. I might have to go through this again because I didn't hear much really to do with it. It was pretty fucking close. Maybe a little bit more breaks from vocals just because it does get a lot, but let's listen through.
It ain't that chill as it seems. I'm a hustler, holic, spill blood, sweat and tears. Goddamn, it be hot on my side of the streets.
Picks up the tempo, it switches it up on me.
Kiss your mom, tell her good night. We'll break our legs instead of goodbye. Fuck shit up, I got my...
So, it's a very small detail, but this little part here, let me demonstrate what I think I would do. It's stupid, but it's a good trick, and it does sort of transition this section nicely.
Bring your two, I'll bring my two. Kiss your mom, tell her good night. We'll break our legs instead of goodbye. Fuck shit up, I got murder on my mind. I love my ups, so I'm gon' cry whenever they die. Yeah, yeah. I might kill them all, but I'd rather hide. I'ma fuck shit up and lay at night. Let my head speak ratatata.
Stupid things like that. You know what I mean? I don't even know if you heard it. Do I have my Phantom Power on? Yeah, I do. You should have probably heard it in the mix. Yeah, stupid things like that will just bring up the sort of moments there. Those little cymbal swells will kind of just inject a little bit more of that high energy life into moments here where you take it away from us for the most part, but you want to just give us a little bit to like keep us nourished so that we have a lot more like of the actual like meat of the track we're focusing on, and we're not focusing on how empty it is, in fact. Let me just keep listening because, again, I don't hear much more than details like that. Maybe like a background sweep just to enhance it. I hear something there, but maybe just a little bit, a slightly more aggressive background riser of sorts. Just a little bit more dramatic, honestly. It doesn't need that much. Here it started a little bit hollow, but then you fill it in pretty quickly, so I don't really have a problem with that.
Goddamn, it be hot on my side of the streets.
Low my AK-47, push it, hold the trigger, let it go, ratatata.
Close my eyes, but I be spraying my bullets, cause I don't wanna see nobody's that drive.
So I like this part too, Radum. I'm going to put it back to listen to it again because we got a little bit of time still either way. But I will say the same thing as I said for the last track, Slumdova. This is a track that emphasizes the 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and your vocals are doing a lot of the 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So make sure those vocals find their mark. Make sure they come back onto those 4/4s enough. So far, I've not heard enough for me to go like, that's too much. So it's good. But I'm going to keep listening, and we're going to see if it just gets too much at that point. But I don't think it will. I don't think it will.
For my ops, I pay for my enemy. I kill him with merch, I kill him with empathy. So I be treating them equally. One for you, I call it my therapy.
I got murder on my mind.
And we're back. And yeah, dude, the way it cleans up down here, it's like so nice and so juicy. Really good. Really good. There's really not much that I could suggest that's going to make the song better. Maybe some more aggressive kick in this section.
I love my ups, so I'm gonna cry whenever they die. Yeah, yeah.
Like a juicier, sort of distorted kick, kind of something that goes a little more poof, like, you know what I mean, as a layer to what you already have, but that's only just to emphasize what you already have in the mix. It's only just to bring it out for that last chorus so that you have a more of a dynamic dynamic part to end on, is I guess what I'm trying to say here. That would pretty much be it. There's really not much to do to this track, man. I'm gonna call it there just out of principle because I'm being real nitpicky with this. And that's saying something. Your track is pretty much ready to go. I would personally adjust the things that I have said, but your track is pretty much ready to go. And that's saying something, man. That's like really well done. So thank you for allowing us to listen to this song, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. And yeah, man, it's good work you've done here, Slumdova. It's good stuff. It just sounds correct. It just sounds all in its right place. Genuinely. So either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on here, folks. We got Chrome 3, followed by B-Man2X, General Tips, and JR Da Engineer, Junior Da Engineer. Appreciate you checking it out and good feedback. My pleasure, Slumdover. Thanks for sticking it out with us. And, man, great track. Truly. I bestow upon thine ears a new track with much distortion made for a duo project called Oblitera. That sounds metal as fuck. I like that, Oblitera. That sounds like a codex that like wizards obsessed with destruction keep, like the Obliterus Codex, the Codex Obliterum, the Codex Oblitera, or something like that. You know what I mean? I would fucks with it. I would put my players through an evil boss that had the Codex Oblitera. So, yeah, Emma, if you're listening, get ready for the Codex Oblitera. Is I guess what I'm saying. My girlfriend mod and player in 2 of my campaigns, or in both of my campaigns. Just get ready to get the Codex Oblitera thrown upon you like a Dungeon Master's Guide. All right, let's go. We've got Talking Heads Final Mix Extended. Okay, by Oblitera, this project indeed. That's the theme. Okay, well, a lot of distortion, so folks, just I'm just saying, be careful to your ears. Not necessarily that it has to be the case, but techno with distortion can be a little aggressive sometimes. So everyone watch out as we listen to Talking Heads, the Final Mix Extended by Oblitera. 10 minutes on the clock, let's go! Nice. That was cool. Whoa. Okay. General Tips is indeed some hard style ass shit, although I feel like it's more kind of like Doom hard style. Very doomy, very big reverb, and kind of like it's like a more of an epic, the same way that Lorna Shore is death metal, this is hard style. Do you know what I mean? Like well, it's not death metal, Lorna Shore, it's more like I would say deathcore or like blackcore. The Marine Corps, I'm not gonna do that. So yeah, like it's big is what it is. It's big. Lorna Shore is huge. This is huge. Industrial / hardstyle is what we were going for with this project. Okay, I'll say that I dig the screaming. I don't love the vocal distortion that you used in this section here. It sounds like cheap. It sounds like the kind of thing where I'm like, I just need to exemplify the idea of distortion on the vocals. So this sort of cheapens your vocals, especially when they come in so big the moments after, which I literally wrote down. The vocals poorly recorded, ? Nope, bad distortion. I wrote that. It's like literally my note here. And that was like kind of, oh, it's too bad. There was something that someone suggested earlier today was the Bort Sampson M4L is apparently a good radio distortion effect, and it's free. I've talked 3 times about it so far today on stream, and I haven't endorsed it. I haven't tried it yet, so try it at your own risk, but apparently it's dope. I don't remember who suggested it, but someone trustworthy. One of our subs. I believe it was Ian. It was Josh. No, it was Ian. It was Ian. Pretty sure it was Ian. Anyways. So yeah, a little bit better on the distortion there because the rest is super hardcore. So, this section here, along with this section here, I should say these sections here. It gets better there, but those sections have a lot of negative space, not in the good way. It is in the good way, but in the too much of a good thing way. In that you went too far! You pushed negative space to a limit that need not be pushed when you have created such a dynamic, drastic contrast. A little bit of that silence goes a long way. So I would fill probably like the idea. Oh fuck! Stop banging your guitar, Mike. Jesus Christ. I mean, that track made my analyzer go brrr. Thank you, Devious Furball. And welcome back, by the way. Nice to see you with us. I would see something like, again, if I'm just like spitballing here, these moments. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. You're tapping into metal anyways. Why don't you just go full fucking pastrami? Let's go. Let's fucking get this metal game underway. You know what I'm saying? Like, we might as well. We might as well. Oh, guys, have my vocals been distorting all damn day? Y'all, let me know if that's the case, because I hate that I'm making you guys deal with some lousy distortion. Give me that heads up if ever you see that happening, because I don't want to necessarily bombard your ears with distortion after talking shit about distortion on mastered channels. I'm gonna go talk to my friend about that, but I could see that, to be honest. Yeah, just fucking around with some guitar strings and like just a bunch of crazy distortion tones. Fuck with some shit and some reverb and some delay. Bingo, bango, bongo. You're in. Let's go. What else do I got here? The sub is kind of getting held back in this drop, but then it's like really loud in this one. It's so loud in that one. So I don't know if that's intentional. If it is, you've executed this balance nicely. Let's see, 2 minutes. Oh no, that's already been talked about. I said that it needed an antagonist. And I don't necessarily think that if you fill those spaces, that's the case anymore, because when you bring this in, we have plenty of antagonists right there. There's plenty of it. And like, I think, again, if you fill the space with the noise that you need to create those dramatic pauses, but with more effectiveness and a little bit less dead air, kind of, then you don't need to create more of an antagonist. And also, this is just personally, I'm not a fan of this. That place can fuck. That little place can fuck. But this, I like the whispers that are going on in the background, but I would like for this to have more of a shape. I would like for this section to have more shape that kind of has its own story, along with those weird whispers and screams that are going on in the background. The second kick is more like a noise kick. Yeah, that's intended. Okay, good to know. It's for the DJ to mix. Yeah, I know you want to be friendly to DJs, but good DJs don't need your help, Chrome. Good DJs, every good DJ that I talk to, emphasis on the good, doesn't really need that, because they kind of loop the section out themselves. We need our help. Yeah, if you need your own help, then have fun. Have fun, do your thing. Doesn't matter either way. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, for allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's good. It's different. It's not going to be anything that is viable for any sort of commercial intent of any kind. Even movies, this is even too hardcore for movies, but it's the point. It's an underground market, and based on those criteria, I know that this is actually pretty close to achieving what it is set out to do, which is to create this noisy sort of experience based in aggressivity. With the screaming and stuff like that, you convey that greatly. And again, you convey that in a very grandiose and epic scale that usually you don't hear in hardstyle. You hear the aggressivity, but you don't necessarily hear the physicality of it, the bigness of it. Again, Lorna Shore style metal, but translated to hardstyle. I like that. I like that. I feel it's a nice take on it. It's very doomy and gloomy, and I can dig some doom and gloom in my music and in my storytelling. So either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on here, folks. So let's get B-Man 2. B-Man says there's an ad. So I don't think there's an ad for everyone. And for the people who didn't have an ad, did you guys just hear that? My evil light is back at its usual tricks. I'm gonna turn it back on though. Jesus Christ, light. What the fuck, light? Shit's fucked up, light. Jeez. My voice is distorting, guys. You could tell me. You know you could tell me. I don't like to give you guys distorty vocals. Almost. Just testing. Sorry, guys. All right. So, we've got B-Man 2. I hope you're back from your ad. I hope you're back. So let's listen to this song. It's a funny way of calling it. We got B-Man 2, General Tips up next, and Junior the Engineer every fucking time. Lifestyle We Wanted / This Insane, produced by Jules and No EVDV. This is released already. So you are B-Man Seasonal. So that's you. So I'm assuming that you're going to be doing vocals. You're doing vocals on this song. Is that correct to assume, B-Man? Is that all you've done on this, which is season? Oh, it's an exclamation mark. Sorry. Okay. So you rapped on this. You recorded your own vocals, and you mixed your vocals on top of this. Just making sure before we start to know where we're coming from, because I'm going to end up asking you those questions anyways, even if I'm online. So what do we got? We got B-Man 2X and yeah, BandLab. Oh, okay, cool, great. So let's listen. Mix the best I could. Listen, that's all anybody could ever ask of you, dude. So we're going to take that into consideration, and we're going to give you honest feedback, whether it's good or bad. Whatever we talk about, then we'll discuss. But we'll discuss when we get to that. But let's listen to Lifestyle We Wanted, This Insane. Okay. I see what you did there. Produced by Jules and No EVDV. Let's listen. 10 minutes on the clock.
The lifestyle that we wanted. I was outside getting hundreds. That maintains on when I'm stunning. I've been flexing shit like it ain't nothing. I've been getting that back like I want it. I've been rocking a show for 100. But I'm ready to blast with the mag. You can't name me a bitch on your head. Damn, smoking grass from my bad home. I'm getting racks after racks home. You ain't have my bag out of here home. Knew you was a red block, my phone. Don't be playing games, I ain't queso. Johnny, what's the name? And I hate so. Too much when we pull up in trucks and we about to blow out his spine. So know what's up when we see him. It's up, it get dangerous from crossing that line.
would recommend fading that out as my first and last suggestion about this track, because I think that cutting it off like that would have sounded pretty bad. So probably throw a fade out on this here, first note, if you wish, B-Man. But that's easy. That's an easy thing. The other thing that's easy is starting your track 420 milliseconds before the region actually begins on the 1. This is to avoid this from happening. Actually, I hear silence. Wait a minute. What? No, I hear silence, but why did I not hear it before? There's plenty of silence. I don't know why I heard it before, but whatever, I wrote it down, so it must have been an error on my part. Okay, I'm gonna tell you something about the vocals specifically. I think you have mixed them not to your advantage. What I mean by this? What do I mean by this? What I mean is that you've given yourself some distortion. Okay, that's fine. You've given yourself a little bit of grit, of fuzz, if you will. You've emphasized all of those high frequencies so that those consonants and those S's and those T's really pop and stuff like that. But then I've heard you de-S yourself. That's good. But the problem is that you've cut too much of your low end of your voice, the cough, the that part of your voice. Kind of an important part of this kind of rap music, where you want to like have your vocals show a presence in your music, where you want it to not just hover, not just hover in the song and exist among it, but stand out from it and really not take over, not dominate, but you know, like just give it that last, you know, that last little. I you know, grab the hair around the fist and pull, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's, you gotta have the vocals have to have a bit of control over the song. And that honestly, the high end on your vocals is a little bit sharp to a point where it kind of hurts a little bit. I know for a fact that the snare and the kick, let's listen, or the snare and the hi-hats. There's so much high end on the snare and the hi-hats. So I don't know if you put any high end on your end while you were mixing your vocals into the fold kind of thing. I don't know if you added any high end onto their instrumental. But honestly, you could take that off, or even if you did not, take some of that shit fucking off. Because the guy who sent you this music, this instrumental might have added too much high end. It's shreddy. It is shreddy. You didn't? Well, dude, take it upon yourself. Take some of that high end off of your track from like 4K onward. You could like really dip a shelf. -1 or 2 dB, maybe -1 dB on the master of the instrumental, because dude, that shit hurts. That shit hurts. All right, let's go back to your vocals a little bit. So yeah, the EQing's not great. The high passing is a little bit too aggressive, and the high end is a little bit too emphasized. I'll say one more thing about the recording of your vocals, or the process of your vocals. First of all, I don't hear many doubles. I hear a few ad-libs, but I don't hear many doubles. That's to say tracks that are recorded on top of your original track to sort of act as like a hype man in a live context would, to record over the things you're saying at like the end of phrases, at the more important words, like more dramatic lines or sequences. You got a double guy who's just basically recording your voice over yourself. Or a double track rather. It's you recording your voice over yourself. Ad-libs take the shape more of like little whoa, yep, huh, and like those little accents that you'll like put a little bit of effects on, and it kind of keeps the dry moments, the quiet moments. You don't have either of those in this track, is I guess what I'm saying. And I think that you can benefit from that because the industry seems to agree that's a tried and tested technique for rap music in general, and it works really well. The last thing I'll say about the recording of your vocals, watch your timing of your vocals. You're good. You got a lot of triplets. You do a lot of triplets. Again, it's like it's what we get.
Feel like Travis all behind the room. Hope you get the message. When I see snakes, I get too reckless. Yeah, you gon' need a minute. Third out open, I ain't faded. Two hoes blow my phone. Think they know my money long. Yeah, I just get it, then I'm gone.
This part, I'll be honest with you, I dig that slow part a lot more than the first part. It's just a lot more fun to me on the ears. But this part here,
Who I gotta leave behind.
feels like a different sort of existence altogether. It just sounds a little bit more choppy and a little bit more fluid. I'm not saying that the timing is always off. I'm saying that it is sometimes you start your phrase a little bit early, you rush the beat, or sometimes you're catching up, so you kind of like slow down at the end, but mostly you're rushing. You're rushing a little bit. It is a very typical symptom of rappers, is like you're excited to get to the next thing you're going to say, and so you kind of not stumble upon your words, but just say them a little bit faster so that you get, so you're already living in the future. Live in the present, man. Nail every syllable. Make it so that every fucking emphasis that you put on every word means something. It's like how you make cinema. Not everything on your screen that you see was a choice by someone at some point in every movie, or in a lot of movies. Think of your music that way. Think of your writing that way. Think of your vocal performance in that way. Every syllable, every moment is a choice. Should it be rushing or should it not be? And in order to choose and make it just a choice of, oh, I'm going to just speed up on this point because it feels better that way, you have to get really good. You have to get really good as a rapper. And so that's not something I can help you with. It's going to be practice. But you want to avoid, in general, rushing your beats into the next bar, because I notice that shit. People don't know what they'll hear, but they notice it too. And I guarantee you that at some point or another, when someone like Kendrick, he ain't rushing shit. He's taking his time. He's dragging. He's like sort of slowing it down when he feels like it because he's good enough. And then someone comes up with something like this, which is a little bit sort of like trying to tame a horse that you're just getting familiar with. People are going to choose Kendrick because it's just bottom line. I'm getting equipment and already have a PC, so I'll be working with better quality, period, than BandLab. Already that'll help. So Reaper is a good free program. PreSonus is Studio One. I've heard great things about. Check it out. Check out your shit. The way you analyze and provide suggestions unique to each genre being thrown your way is really dope. I mean, that's what I got to do because I appreciate many different genres. I'm William. Thank you for following, but I appreciate you, Radoom, for catching it. Appreciate that. The bass seems to be quite strong, not a bad thing. You could put a high cut on the higher frequencies of the bass to make separation between the bass and the low end of your voice. If you have a good EQ, make it dynamic so the cut rides the frequencies with the bass, where the bass fights with your voice. Oh, sure. You're talking with someone who's working with BandLab, dude. So I don't think any of those tools will exist. Sorry about that. Like, I think you're talking with someone who's like using the bass tools to record their vocals. So I don't think we're there yet. If I'm assuming incorrectly, then please by all means correct me, B-Man. But I don't think we're at the point where all of that control is under the palm of his fingers. He's working already with an instrumental track. It's not like he mixed the stuff. So I think we're gonna have to keep it a little simpler and just like EQ some low mids. That's, I think, as good as it's gonna get. Either way, B-Man, I appreciate you allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I don't remember if I did that already, but let's just do it in case. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on, but stick around, of course, B-Man, as we listen to general tips And his track, he said, I had like a small beat and built the rest during this stream. It's not solid, but I feel like a slacker because I haven't been producing as much, been practicing drums and gaming a bunch. You're such a slacker. You've been practicing playing a regular instrument. You've been practicing playing a real instrument in real life and practicing playing games which improve hand-eye coordination for thereof. You're such a slacker. Never apologize for practicing instruments. B-Man, I appreciate you as well, man. Thank you very much for stopping on by and for being, for keeping it real. We appreciate you. General Tips. We've got your track pulled up. 1 minute track. We're going to have fun. We're going to keep it to 10 minutes, Tips, just because you said it, we're having some fun here. And we're rolling through the last one. Junior the Engineer, are you still with us? Just to know, because honestly, I wouldn't mind ending on a good note. Honestly, if you get my drift, General Tips. JRDA, I'm just going to like tag you. Junior the Engineer, you here? Let's do that. Because otherwise, you know, we're going to talk about a 1 minute track for 15 minutes. You know what I mean? I don't even have my drums or my fucking piano access right now because my computer is... Oh, yeah. I guess it's now is as good of time as any to tell you Tips because there was a bunch of other people who were here before. But, so I had I had applied for at some point a loan and a line of credit actually, with the bank so that I could like soup up the setup here, and they turned me down. They were like, no, I'm sorry, for line of credit, you're self-employed, that's not the way this works. I was like, oh, okay. Plus I had a bad year the year before. This year, I applied for just a credit card limit increase. Because we got screwed over by the government. I just don't have the money to like outright buy a new Mac. And the credit card limit increase, they were like, no, I'm sorry, you need 10 times the liquid cash that you're asking to by how much to increase. So like 30 to 60, whatever the fuck. I don't know how much like liquid they wanted me to have. And I was just like, what? And they said like, oh yeah, also you need to like pay down your credit card way, way, way more. We see you've never missed a payment. We see you're good with your credit, but like we need your credit to be way, way, way lower. And I was like, I've been with you guys for 20 years. I've never missed anything. And I've been giving you guys interest. And then the one time I asked for credit limit increase when I actually really need it. And they're like, nah, you're self-employed. That's not the way this works. So y'all, if y'all want to live life on hard mode, become self-employed. It's the freedom, but freedom is hard. Freedom is hard to live. If you want a life on easier mode, you get a full-time job. Banks will front you whatever the fuck you want, as long as you pay your bills on time. Just the lesson is live life on easy mode if you want to become a musician, because being a musician is hard enough. Being a creator is hard enough. Being self-employed on top of that is stupid. It's stupid. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the time that I have to dedicate to you guys, and I'm grateful that next week I have a week full of work, and sure, it's like profitable and stuff, but just it's not an intelligent move. Financially speaking, you have to be, even if you're really good, you have to be really crafty and kind of sometimes a little shady. Otherwise, this shit happens. So that's why this fucking Mac is. I'm trying not to drive it into the ground. I'm trying to buy a new one before this thing just completely erupts into flames. But I'm keeping my operations lean. I don't have the drums activated. I don't have all the other cameras activated, and I'm just like so frustrated that I can't just pick up an instrument. That's the whole point of the studio, is just pick up an instrument and play. I'm so fucking frustrated that I can't just do that, and the only one that works is guitar. And yeah, that's why I don't do any art stuff for money, because I know the stress involved. You're probably really smart. You're probably really smart. I'm really stupid. Either way, let's listen to my stupid opinion on your really great song. Oh my gosh! Is I think how it's pronounced. Let's listen to it together and let's talk about it. 10 minutes, because why not? So let's just have some fun. Let's go. Okay. I mean, yeah, obviously the sound levels are just nowhere near final. That is atrocious. I apologize for the sound levels. It's all media work and needs individual velocity adjustment. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I figured this is an early draft either way. We're just like spitballing. Really cool shape. I like the shape. I could appreciate a good shapely track. Yeah, I mean, let's take it through again. I mean, we have the time for it, so like let's listen real quick. Yeah, again, that it's like creating that. It's that rhythmic sort of dissonance of sorts, but it's not really. It's still on the grid. It's just it's off. It's giving us offbeat energy. Let's say it that way. Love the pause. Evil incoming announced. I like that too. It's really nice. I've just kind of been playing off the funky lows. Yeah, it sounds like the drums are like, I wrote, that's like the only note I really wrote down is like the drums are overcomped, question mark, like, are you fucking with that on purpose? You're kind of going for the break beat and amen break type over compression, but you haven't like finalized that yet. Is that what I'm hearing? Just out of curiosity, because like I am hearing some weird stuff, but I'm not used to it being quiet from you, Tips. I'm just like I'm sort of blown away. Let's turn this up a little bit. Yeah, there's like very little EQ on them, no velocity adjustments yet. I love that you use like, I'm sure that that's a sample that I've used before in some of my oldest digital tracks. Like I'm sure that I've used that riser sample before. I love that. That's so nostalgic. I will say that the constant sort of with very little variation there, with like in contrast to the creation of variation that you've accomplished here, with basically the same LFO rhythm. This one feels far more static and uniform and like we're staying stuck in the same place, almost like a sludge. Yeah, especially with that halftime or halftime, quarter time beat. Is it half? Yeah, I guess for drum and bass, technically it's a quarter time beat. Yeah, especially for that part, it's like really lagging and dragging. Again, if that's your intention for this section, then nailed it. But it's pulling. It's pulling on me. I like how it clears up here a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's cute, dude. It's cute. What more are we gonna say about that? Like, it's on its way. It needs all of the everything for sure. But I mean, like, I like the shape. I like the impact. I like the dynamics on it. It's good stuff. Again, I'm like excited. I have ideas, but all of them are gonna. I don't want to get in your way. I don't want to get in your way with this because I hear you have a vision. I have a hard time, I guess, with the drums on this. It's like the level of compression, and I guess velocity is a big part of that. But the level of compression is really just taking away from energy for me on this section. Yeah, I kind of threw that low wobble just to counter the high wobble. Fair enough. I have nothing in stone on this. I'm just MIDI jamming. That's cool, man. That's fucking cool. I don't really MIDI jam as much as I should. It's a good fucking tool to write songs. More of the guitar jammer. I like guitar jamming, though. It's a lot of fun. I start by playing covers and stuff like that and getting myself warmed up, and then I kind of throw on a song that I already know or that is mine, and I kind of like play along to it. And then from there, I'll just like maybe already have an idea, or maybe I'll just keep listening to songs that I really like until I get an idea. It's just riffing, man. Riffing's great. Riffing's fucking great, dude. I honestly don't know what more to say about this. If I'm being fully transparent with you, like I'm at a loss. I'm very tired as well. Kind of early morning for no reason this morning. One of those days. But also the fact that it's like, you know, it's incomplete. So, I'm tired though. Jeez, fuck. I'm gonna drink some water, real quick. And I don't even think Junior the Engineer is here. Here, let's just see if he's here. Let's just do it together, shall we? Let's see. It's funny because if that notification let him know, then why didn't the previous one? You know what I mean? Let's just enjoy the song one more time because it's pretty chill. It's pretty dope. It's a good time. I love it so much the way it ends, though. Just like, okay, we're done. Everybody wrap it up. We're done. It's so cute. Good track, man. Honestly, I'm excited to see what comes of this, because if you go completely dirty and completely savage on this, I wouldn't be surprised. But if you keep it this chill and this restrained and just add like binaural beats or some shit like that or something, I don't know, then I wouldn't be surprised either, honestly. Also, where you add exactly Junior the Engineer is no longer with us. RIP. My turn was up and I didn't want it to just cut. Oh well, shit. I mean, that's also hilarious to me. But it's adorable, that ending, man. It's really, really fucking cute. It's really cute. It's just like so. Then it's over. Just like that. It's so cute. Oh, dude, thank you, General Tips, as always, for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you, random foolishness, general stupidities, and other uninformed opinions thereof. Always have fun with you, dude. It's good shit, man. I'm glad that you found something to do during the stream and you just kind of like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to make a song and see what I come up with until the end of it. That is impressive that you got to a sort of storytelling element where I'm like, hey, there's something going on in here. But I'm not surprised. I guess that's why my face is not in sort of so much surprise, because I kind of hold you to that esteem, to that caliber already, and I'm not surprised that you were able to pull that kind of thing off in the time 4 hours and let's say 4 hours. I'm not surprised. It's as much as a tale as I could add. Glad to hang out. Love seeing all the new names and people stopping by. Yeah, man, a lot of follows today. A lot of follows. No subs or anything like that. No skips, subs or anything like that. That would actually make this stream justifiable. But yeah, it's a lot of people that just new faces. So we'll see if that pans out. A lot of viewers as well at some point. It was pretty steady at around like 20 viewers for a long time, which is, again, we're getting into the numbers that I'm like, oh, okay, this is better than it was. Glad to hang out. Love seeing. Oh, you said that already. You're getting into skip territory with how full the queue has been. Well, yeah, because people are going to want to skip, and that's the idea. Although we're gonna again. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do the final structure of this stream. This is not the final structure of the stream, one way or the other. So we'll see what happens then. But I guess the idea here is. Skips can be a thing, but they'll be probably a little more valuable than just what they are now, eventually. Anyways, we'll figure that out in due time. One thing I know for sure, Tips and everyone else who's watching or watching the VOD, whoever it is, thank you for being us. Thanks to our lurkers. Appreciate y'all as well. Next week, as I've already mentioned, we will have no stream. I've got 6 days of work scheduled in the span of 3 days of actual time of my actual life. In 3 days, I had 6 days. So we're unfortunately not going to be around next week for the first week of May. But stay tuned as we come back the week after that. We'll be back and we'll be jumping headfirst into the this environment once more. I overspent this month, so when my bills are taken care of, I haven't been this broke in years. Legit raiding drawers for coins. For ball, I have been down that path more recently than I would care to admit. And I wish you luck on your quest. Hope it is smooth transition to the opposite end of that scale, where you don't have enough drawers for all the coin you have. Hope it pans out that way for you. Kind of hope it pans out that way for me too. But I would do with enough to order food once a week and not even have to think about it. That would be enough for me, honestly. I'm not greedy. I just want to order food. That's all I want to do. Anyways, thank you everyone for being with us on this evening. We appreciate you all. We will see you next time we stream in a couple of weeks. But until then, I never know how long I should wait. If I should just let you guys off the hook and just like, okay, go home, good night. Or should I make you drag it out? No, because you'll just click off. I forget that this is the internet. No one has fucking patience. Take care, and toodaloo, motherfuckers. All right, we'll see you next time, guys.
told you